Bible not the Quran. Which one? I say it's corrupted. Let's debate.
I just asked something simple. Lamin, do me a favor. Could you give him all the Bible?
Why?
Just give him the Bible.
But tell me why.
The argument is
Because you're scared. I tell why.
Give him all the Bible.
This is it.
Just do it, bro. Just do it.
Yeah, I'm doing. Why?
You tell you. Do it.
He's going to start his nonsense again. Hold it. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Seven speakers. That's a good conversation. Okay, I'm going to get I go around telling people that the Earth can't be a ball, we can't live on a globe. We've been lied to about where we live, and if we don't know where we live, we don't know who we are and our connection to the Creator.
I'm Christian.
Okay.
You know?
So in the Bible it says that the Earth is created firm and set upon pillars. Do you remember that?
I'm French.
Oh,
Would you like to speak slowly?
okay. The Bible says the Earth is not moving. Earth is not spinning. It says that the sun and the moon.
Oh, no. No.
No?
I'm Catholic.
Catholic. Oh, okay. Oh, good luck.
I'm happy to be.
Okay, good luck. All the best. I wasn't going to fight the language barrier there.
Why do you want? I'm gay, but look how close you were to me. In the closer. I'm gay. Why are you recording me? Why are you recording me? So you can take it home and play with yourself. Why are you recording me? Why are you recording me? Well, why you want to get so close? Why you want to get so close? And I'm gay. You want to get?
They are not the true Jews. They are Europeans. They are not the true Jews. They are Europeans. They have to understand that. They have to understand.
Jew versus Muslim. Get some more chalk.
Are all things in one Lord Jesus.
Take a fly.
What is it about?
Just some information about the Earth.
About the Earth?
Yeah.
What's going on here? There's like some Palestinian-Israeli thing happening.
Have you been to Speaker's Corner before?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, there is a very strong Palestinian, issue versus
I know.
the Jewish or maybe even the Christian thing. I feel like when you look at what's going on here, you feel like this is like the powder keg or the tinderbox that is going on in the bigger world, the wider world. Is that there is this wound in the Middle East that is being it's been annoyed, frustrated, and brought to conflict. There's been talk for more than a century about there being this idea that they would create 3 world wars.
Yeah.
And the third one was,
There's a famous general, isn't there?
Yes.
American general.
Freemason.
Yeah, he wrote in his memoir.
Morals and Dogma.
Yeah, he wrote in his memoirs something about how he actually spelled out how the First World War would start, Second World War, and then the Third World War. And he's pretty much got them all spot on.
Yeah. Albert Pike, I think.
Albert Pike, that's his name. Yeah.
And he wrote a letter to a guy called Lazuli, Italian premier back in 1874, I think, in which he sets this out, that there's going to be the creation of 3 world wars. And the third one would be sort of like an Islam, I'm paraphrasing now, but it would be like Christianity versus Islam. Somewhere in that Judaism as well, wrapped into.
He said Zionism, Zionist world will basically, Zionism will be so violent and so aggressive towards the Arab world, it will draw the Muslims into basically a battle. And he said once that happens, then the whole world will just end up basically fighting. I think he said something about, it's interesting what he said afterwards, because he said that he was talking about the reason as to why this is happening, or he said something about how when it happens, people will see the true face of what the world will be like without religion, and it's going to be pure chaos. Like it's just human beings that just slaughter each other, you know, with no law, with no morality, like it's pure baseness. It's pure baseness. I can't remember, you know, it's a while since I've read this bit of literature.
You're really well read on that. It's impressive that you know that. Now, I feel that all of this is engineered.
Yeah, I would say so.
There's none of the world wars, none of the major things that have happened historically are just happenstance. They are created with a view to this end game, which some call the New World Order. And the order is such that we go, wow, there is so much conflict in mankind. We need to really lock ourselves down. We need to stop ourselves from having this, that, and the rest, and we'll agree that we may not have any sort of one world. We'll have one religion in the world. We'll have one government in the world, and we'll have a very controlled society such that we never make the mistake of going into war again. And so for me, this is actually, although on the face of it, it seems like a good idea, it's dystopian in that we will no longer be free. The prison that we've been building for ourselves over the last 2 centuries or longer will become complete. And our movement, even our right to have children, to do whatever we want, will be so curtailed in such a new world as to have removed us completely from the natural order. My thesis is that we should be going back to the natural order wherever possible. Less involvement in the city and in the way that the corporations are setting things up, and more in connection with Mother Nature, more in connection with the earth. Whether it be that feeding ourselves, keeping a community, raising children in the community rather than handing them over to the state to raise them for us. These are the sorts of things.
That's how I live when I'm not in the city.
In the city?
When I'm not in the city, I'm not from London, so
right. Well then,
it's definitely more my way of living. Just keep your toes in society, but enough out.
Be in the world, but not of the world. I think is what we're called to, and to be witness and be wise to the tricks that are being played on us. We saw in 2020 a big trick was played on mankind, and where we started doing things to ourselves that beggar belief, and yet we're still paying the price of that folly. And yet we're going to be tricked some more. There's more coming down the line, and it's not necessarily in our best interest. So if you're in the country, then embed that. And for me, that's my ideal, is be in the country. Embed your community, self-sufficiency, and even when it comes to raising your own children, that you do it yourselves, rather than I'll hand them over to the state to produce me at the age of 17, another robot ready to go into the city and be a good slave.
So do you have a community here?
Sorry?
Do you have a community here?
Do I have a community?
Yeah.
No, I don't. So I come from suburbia myself, and so in the last 6-7 years I've been trying to find my way to the country, get back to the land, and so on. So I spent 6 months in Portugal during one of the lockdowns, a year in South Africa, looking for land opportunities, looking for ways to make that real. I have a 7-year-old son who my wife and I educate ourselves. We're never vaccinated.
I went to a Steiner school, so I quite know.
Sorry?
I went to a Steiner school.
Did you? Okay. Well, I'm a big fan of Rudolf Steiner, and he said, as you probably know, that they will use needles, vaccinations and so on, to control the minds of the people in the future.
Wow.
That's what he said. Wow. And then that's what we see coming to pass. So he was an impressive guy, and the Steiner model really matches a lot of my kind of ideas of how it should be, child-centered, you decide what are the subjects or the areas that you're interested in, and we will foster that in you. Individualism. I think some of it has been diluted over the years since his great, ideas and so on. But I think that's the best that we have in the mainstream.
I loved it.
But as a
Why
father,
there's a British and Israeli flag? Why is that going on?
you'll see, Zionism and Israeli and even Christian Zionism are very linked. They're very creating this Zionist empire, if you will, Zionist idea is very, very interesting. I can't say too much because I'm on YouTube and you're only allowed to say certain things, So, but it does seem to me like even the creation of Palestine, or rather the Balfour Declaration, which gave Israel the sort of the get-go, the start off, all of this has been in play for a long time to create eventual major turmoil. Because when there's major turmoil, that's when I get the opportunity to say, oh, you better stay at home for 3 weeks to flatten the curve. Because we all believe there is this major threat to our existence.
Yeah.
But I like to tell people that actually the bottom line for me, flat earth, why I talk about flat earth, is because it's like the gateway to realizing who we truly are. Aside from all the religious and the geographic and the racial, the profiling and dogma, we are all the expression of the Creator. And we are all meant to be the center of the universe. Each of us individually is the expression of the Creator. And so we should have no master above us, no king, no queen, no government. It should be you and God. And we should be the inheritors of this place. So we may not necessarily in our lifetimes become the inheritors as we were meant to be, but at least we can start the journey from within, because we create the world from within us. The as within, so without applies. If you see people will walk up to me and think that I'm a racist or that I'm privileged, I even had that said to me today, simply because I look like I look like.
Yeah.
I've had black people come to me with a view of like, what's this white man going to tell us? But once we've been speaking, they realize that I see that we are the same. We have the same blood, we have the same Creator. And we need not be at war with each other. And it's only these dogmas that have us at war with each other.
It's quite an overwhelming topic at the moment, it's quite an overwhelming thing to speak about, I feel.
Specifically the flat earth or
No, just the state of the world and how there's just this Islamophobia and religious hate and war on the horizon and all of these things. I'm very pro-Palestine, but being pro-Palestinian doesn't make you anti-Semitic or against a certain group of people. You can be an anti-ideology if that ideology is oppressive towards other people and strips them of their rights and treats them like absolute garbage. You don't have to accept it the same way that people haven't accepted ideologies in the past. And I do believe in a concept similar to yourself, in that we have it in Islam where your heart is really if you have a good heart, you'll perceive the world in a certain way. If you have a bad heart, you'll perceive the world in a certain way. So you always have to strive to work on your heart and who you really are. So I kind of believe in that similar sort of concept.
Because in Islam, you have a relationship directly to God, Allah.
Yeah.
You have that relationship direct. Which is something I've always liked about Islam. I had refugees live with me in 93, 94 from Iraq. And of course they were Muslim. And so I learned a lot from them about where Islam stands. But I see is Islam being used as like the bully boy, not the bully boy, but the kind of the antithesis to create the conflict. And so how do you stir generally good men, because that's my experience of Muslim men and women, but obviously I don't engage a lot with Muslim women, but, is that they're good men and they're willing to kind of treat each other with respect and that kind of thing. However, like any man, if you come to his house and defile his house, he has the right to stand up and defend that situation. And I feel like that's why whatever's happened is like to create the war within. Because once I've got the fire lit in your heart, then you will go and do what I wanted you to do. I grew up in apartheid in South Africa, and I was never a part of the rule-making of that kind of thing, but I was immersed in that, and I was required to, if you like, take a side. This is the same as a Jewish boy who's immersed in Judaism and in his belief. He's required to take a side. In fact, he has to do 3 years of national service, which really indoctrinates you to kind of, all right, this is my side, and that's the enemy. Just like I went into Angola in 1987 with an enemy that I was told to go and fight against Angolans, who were the communists. You know, we believed the communists were coming to take over our country and stuff. So I was willing to kind of do that. But now I realized, if I zoom back out, both sides had been played against each other. There was one dude moving the chess pieces, but it was two parts of the same board that were brought into conflict with each other. And my people died for lack of knowledge, because we have had the truth of who we are, what we are, and where we are hidden, so that we will go into these camps of religion or race or whatever.
I think when I speak to Zionists, I feel like they live in a bubble a lot of the time, and they don't actually understand. I remember speaking to some. I was recently in Thailand and Vietnam, and there was a lot of Israelis there, and some were kind of avoiding duty, and some were taking a break before duty or after they'd completed their duty, and they have this attitude that everyone wants to kill them, and I think that's quite ludicrous, really, in a lot of ways. I mean, like I definitely don't support the state of Israel, and I definitely think things need to completely change there. Completely, I think there should be one state. I don't believe in two-state solution, all of those things. But I find, I don't know if that's a lack of education, or maybe just that they've been so severely indoctrinated that they think that way. Because even when I meet people on the pro-Palestine marches, I haven't met a single person that's like spouted anti-Semitic views or like hate, and there's a lot of Jewish people there. And
so just to clarify, Semite is a term that was used for people of that region. Say 100 years ago, I read a book by one of the most famous British authors.
I'm more Semitic than most.
I think that they were a people.
Israeli settlers.
It wasn't applicable just to as a Jewish thing. That's been adopted in later times or recent times. But you see, in order to get you to hate on me, or in order to get you to go to war with me, you have to fear that I'm a threat to you.
Of course.
And up until if I started acting aggressive towards you and stuff, you would start to build up like, oh, hey, this guy's going to do something. I better be ready to defend myself. And so that's what they've done with the Jewish people. They have given them this idea that we are special, and for that reason we are hated by all these other groups. And so that's a great hotbed or a fertilizer to get people to go to war against their Muslim or Christian even.
Have you seen the documentary Israelism?
No.
You haven't seen it. So it's really interesting. Or you've got also this organization. I think it's an organization where essentially Israelis that have served in the IDF. The thing is called Breaking the Silence.
Okay.
It's quite a big organization now. You've got a lot of people that are coming forward and they're telling people, this is what we were forced to believe, this is what we're forced to do. We go in, we do these crimes. It's a complete, utter oppression. So they come out and they say, even if they're innocent, we treat them as though they're an enemy. Even children, old women, old men, everyone's an enemy. And Israelism talks about essentially how they're just so indoctrinated from a young age to view Arabs as this kind of other and this kind of sort of miscellaneous weird group that really are invaders in the land and uncivilized, and you even hear about it, in the language that they use, where they say Israel is surrounded by a sea of darkness and it's a beacon of light in this sea of darkness. I mean, these are just really ignorant things that people are saying, we're talking about whole civilizations that have been there for thousands of the oldest civilizations in the world have been there for thousands of years, that have before the state of Israel actually coexisted peacefully. Like Arabs and Jews didn't they weren't separate communities. They lived amongst each other. Like if you went to Baghdad, before the state of Israel came into existence, half of the population of Baghdad was Jewish.
Really?
Yeah. And there was a massive community there. There was a lot of Jewish people in Egypt. There was a lot of Jews, a lot of Zionists will claim that those Jews had to flee and so on and so forth, because when the state of Israel was created and there was this, we have to get them out, and they were exiled and all of this stuff. And it wasn't actually, you have this British professor, I forgot his name, but he talks a lot about how that wasn't the case actually, and how it was more, this state of Israel was created and everyone had to kind of go there to support this state of Israel,
And I offer to you that even in World War II, part of one of the agendas of World War II was to displace the Jewish people, to rob them of their wealth in Germany, so that they would move to this Israel, this homeland, because the people weren't moving in their numbers.
I'm not saying anything, by the way, because I don't think I have nice things to say, so I'd rather not say anything at all, but especially if you're recording.
Yeah, I think as well, I'm also wary of how much I can say,
Yeah.
I'm also very wary of that as well.
Yeah. We live in Orwellian times.
Yeah, we live in very
Orwellian times. You're not allowed an opinion that doesn't... and there's the saying in the truth-seeking community is, if you want to know who controls you, find out who you're not allowed to criticize.
Yeah.
And we know that.
What's your name, brother?
I'm Dave.
Dave, nice to meet you, man. Nice to meet you, yeah? Adam.
What's your name? Nicola. Are you French or? Italiano.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
When I'm here, I'm Italiano.
So did you grow up Catholic by any chance?
No, I actually grew up atheist.
Oh, okay.
But then I found the spiritual part. Alhamdulillah. Yeah. And it's interesting how you talk about Earth, because think of all the olive trees that they cut down. How many thousands of olive trees the Jews have just for no reason other
cut
than
down?
spite. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I know. I think that it's so I've got also, because I'm on YouTube, I've got to talk kind of in code a little bit. But in South Africa, the Boer War, you've heard of the Boer War perhaps?
Yeah.
It was Britain's biggest contingent of soldiers ever sent to a war. It was the second Boer War because they lost the first one. And they created concentration camps in that Boer War. And they got all the grannies and aunties and all of that, and they rounded them up and put them into concentration camps because they were concerned that these were the enemy as well, and that they were supporting the Boer farmers, with food and shelter and things like that. So they actually wrapped them up in concentration camps.
Everyone is guilty, yeah?
So what I think is happening in Palestine, it looks a little bit to me like that, like one of those camps.
Definitely.
And I want to offer you guys this. I know you want to move on, but I want to offer you this: that the idea is to create that enmity, is to create that anger. Because if you're subjecting and going along with, or fighting on the other side of that scale, you are both of you in the game.
Yeah.
When you're in that position of neutrality, because I call out what they're doing in Palestine is wrong on so many levels. But when I get outraged about it, and I know people are dying, children are dying, people are going to war, I went to war, people are being lost in wars, people are being needles are being put in babies' arms that are causing them to become disabled. There are atrocities happening at every level of everything that you look at in this society. So I could focus on child sex trafficking, for example, which is a nasty, dirty subject, or Palestine, or other things that are happening in the world or have happened in the world, even Ukraine. I could look at these things and say, look at the terrible things that we're doing, and get emotional about them and want to invest my energy in those things. And when I do, I believe that this game has caught me. It's got me in one of its traps, and I'm now being led by that. Because fundamentally, if we were not broken, if the children were not raised to believe that they are somehow special and better than the other guy because of the way he looks or what he believes, if we were all the same, then we would not go to war with each other. So the reflection of conflict in the world is more a reflection of what they've managed to create in us, because I believe here we are the creator. And if I can get you to be enraged, then you might do terrible things with the machetes in the town. which is what we sometimes see happening, is that people are so enraged, and then that boy takes an action which sparks other people to get up on their high horse on the other side of that argument, or on the pro side of that argument. So these things should end. And the world government, of course, as a flat earther, I know that all world governments from Israel to China to Russia to America to Britain are all in some secret conspiracy against you, to break God's creation. I had DMT, by the way, in 2015. I went from an atheist to a knower that there is a God in 6 or 7 minutes. I came back from that experience like, wow, I've just seen the other side. I may not have spoken to God, but I communicated with my higher self, and I knew that we're eternal beings, and we've come from love. We've been immersed in a pot of hatred, and the question is, can you come through that hatred?
Life is a test.
Back to love, yeah.
Life is a test.
Lovely to talk to you.
Nice talking to you, yeah.
Did I give you my flyer?
Yeah, sure, definitely. And,
take one on the electromagnetic. Because I believe we are the center of an electromagnetic universe, and each of us are an electromagnetic microverse within the macro.
Take care, brother, yeah.
Salam alaikum.
But the worst part is,
I haven't picked up all the guys from before. Thanks. And thanks for your support. Thanks for the thumbs up. All so far. That was an interesting couple. Hopefully I made something of an impression. Let's see if I got some shorthand here. Green. So we're at Speaker's Corner. This is the second spell. Took a little water break. Hopefully the guys watching will come back. Of course. Africa. Not a great Africa. Australia.
How long do we have?
Canada.
Zahi. Another Zishan. So Zahi, whenever you need to go, I'll be happy, bro. And then
I'm drawing a conception of how the flat Earth might look. Similar to the United Nations logo. My artwork is a little bit off. I probably needed Europe to come a little bit more this way.
Where would Turkey be?
Turkey?
Yeah. Between Europe and India.
Somewhere here.
What do you think is beyond the ice?
Well, that's conjecture. I have to guess based on information we've been able to piece together.
Do you think do you think one of us would be allowed to travel?
Definitely not.
No.
You know, there's the Antarctic Treaty. So from about 60 south, about here, we're not allowed to cross that line unless we're on a military escort and have been given permission by some centralized authority.
Right.
So it's called the Antarctic Treaty.
you got to bring an escort.
Yeah. No, well, no, you don't. You would go on. You could go on a cruise, but that cruise is like a controlled cruise. So if you're going from, say, South America, which is where all the Americas, they tend to go down and they'll land on the ice shelf, sort of here. They'll land on the Ross ice shelf or something like that over there, and they'll spend a little bit of time in 100 square miles or so. That's all they'll ever see. And then they'll get back on the ship, and they'll get back on the ship, and then they'll go back and say, I've been to Antarctica. But we've never actually plotted a flight that's gone under the globe and come out the other side.
What about what was it, the Norwegian explorers that allegedly went all the way to the South Pole? Well, Amundsen and Scott and those guys.
Okay, well, what I believe is happening there is that they're getting to the ice shelf here,
Right.
and they're walking in for a few hundred miles, where they estimate if we live on a globe and it's Antarctica, then we have to walk a certain distance to get to the center. But our compasses don't actually work down there.
Right.
So compasses can't be used. So they're having to take bearings and say, all right, if we travel south.
Even globe heads think that the compasses stop working on the South
Yeah, that's a
Pole.
matter of fact. It's
Okay.
not a like it's a conjecture. Same is true in the North Pole, is that the compasses don't work.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that it's exactly like this.
Do you mind if I record the map? It's
Please,
'cause-
go ahead. Of course, that's what it's here for. Now, there's some say that at certain times you can find channels through this ice wall
It's
to
a
continents
flat Earth.
beyond.
You can show this to your dad.
What's the conjecture like in the flat
Take my
Earth community? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm guessing there's quite heated debate.
My girlfriend's dad is also a
Is it flat earther?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Much respect. He can give him one of my flyers.
So you would describe, I don't know about my associate.
Do you mind if I take a picture of it with you? Or is
Yeah, of
that-
course.
Actually, this
Good times. We'll do ourselves.
I'd suppose you describe me as a globe head. And how do you explain the existence of satellites, or presumably are they non-existent?
All right. So just before I answer that question, which is a great question,
Yeah.
we oftentimes in the globe versus flat debate or argument, we oftentimes get lost in how do you explain this and how do you explain that, and there are theories about how some of these things work, but of course, until you have the budget that NASA has, or the science labs of all the brightest minds in the world have been applied in this direction and are looking for that answer, then we may not necessarily ever know the exact answer to these things. Something that we can know for sure is that water seeks and finds level when it's at rest. So that's like the baseline for everything can build off that starting point, that water won't, because of a theory called relativity or gravity, it won't form around the outside of a shape. It's got to be contained. And that Earth itself as moving has to be theorized but cannot be proven. So we'll say this is why, the sun's moving over our heads, that's why we must be spinning.
Yeah.
Or it could be the sun is moving over our heads because we're not moving and it's moving.
Yeah.
So that's just my little sort of disclaimer, if you like.
Yeah.
But to your question about satellites, so I think that they've been floating what we call satellites, in the sky since the 1950s. We used to see these big tinfoil helium balloons that they would float up to 20 or 30 miles, and they could float an antenna, a receiver or a transmitter. They could float it up there for months at a time, apparently. And then eventually the trade winds or whatever would bring it down, or it would lose its gas or whatever, and it would settle back down. And with a little homing device on it, they'd go and find it and pick it up and then send it back up into the sky. Well, I think that same technology is what supports most of our so-called satellite industry. However, the telecoms industry admit that 99% of all data traffic is through undersea cables. So it's from a ground. I send a photograph to a friend in America. It pings to the nearest tower, a 3 or 4G, 5G mast that's nearby. It'll send that picture there, and then boom, it's underground, all fiber optic across there to America. And then it'll come out at a mast near my friend's house, or if he's straight on the Wi-Fi, it'll go straight into his Wi-Fi because it's looking for that IP address. It's looking for that thing, right? So satellites in space, like in the vacuum of space, I think is all science fiction. But satellites that can float at 50 miles and stay up there for months, or even have little fans on them that can control them so that they stay in what they call geosynchronous orbit. I believe these things are there, but they're nowhere near as powerful, and they don't do as much as we believe that they do. So that's that. We can actually just one last thing on the satellites is actually we can see them being launched. There are launch sites in places like Sweden where where with a massive lorry with a crane, they'll launch 4-ton satellites on massive balloons, and you can see them being very cleverly launched using helium. We've also seen them crash into the forests of Borneo or places that are very remote, where locals with a phone will approach this thing, and it's like a tiny little satellite with little solar panels arrayed around the side of it, and it's bleeping, and it's got a big balloon attached to it, and it's crashed into the forest or into the jungle. So that's where I think satellites are. And all of them on Google, by the way, are all CGI.
I suppose that was going to be my next question. So, like satellite live streams, things like that, are just CGI?
So what they do with some of that is it's real footage taken from U-2 spy plane type level, 70,000 feet, because I believe we can get to 70,000 feet, and a man can be in a suit. Felix Baumgartner, I believe, is the highest a man has ever been in a suit.
Well, is that the bloke who jumped from space?
The Red Bull.
Oh, yeah.
Now that jump, by the way, looks like fisheye lenses. Well, when you look from the outside, it looks like the Earth is a globe. But he's only over one state, and and it looks like that whole state is like half the globe. And then when he jumps out of the pod, the camera behind him was not fisheye lens, and you can see a level horizon, all the way off in the distance at 150,000 feet or wherever he was. So I don't think we're going that high into we can't actually get very high. Our planes don't work up there. Richard Branson, as rich as he is, he can't get you more than 5 minutes of weightlessness, which is what is a parabolic kind of trajectory. They're not actually in the so-called vacuum space.
And do you think it's sort of like do you think it's like a government forces trying to keep us away from the ice sheet, or different race,
Put
or
it like this.
geography, or
the governments of the world predominantly are controlled public relations departments for the landmass that they're responsible for. That's what I believe. So I think that the World Bank controls pretty much all the reserve banks of the countries. So
you believe there's other just civilizations beyond that? There's just more.
I think that's possible. I think that extraterrestrials are from extra terra, extra Earth, extra land. So I think it's altogether possible that there are other civilizations outside of the continents that we know about.
But you think that humans, there's a small shadowy group of people that are deliberately keeping us within these confines?
Who they work for, depends on whether you're into religion or just into this idea that there are dark forces, man controls man.
But you don't want to make a conjecture about who they are. 'Cause you
I
don't-
can't, yeah. I mean, you know, I keep it all on the table. For
Right.
me, I see the murder. I may not know who did it,
Right.
and I may not know why they did it.
Right.
But I can see the murder, so I cannot be convinced that there's no murder. This man has got bullet holes in his back. You know, he didn't do that himself,
Yeah.
and he's clearly dead. Yeah. So for me, that's as that's as clear as I am. And 10 years ago, I believed in the moon landings. I believed we'd gone to the moon. I believed in outer space. I believed the Voyager was, you know, millions of miles away from Earth. I believed the space shuttle blew up and all the 7 astronauts on it died. I believed all those things.
That one was televised live, though, surely.
I saw that live in 1986. I watched that. I was traumatized by that event because it was like we're watching this thing, and it was the big deal was made of it because there's this Krista McCullough, this teacher, she's the first lady, you know, the school teacher, she's going to get lessons. And in America, all the kids had their TVs brought into the school rooms because now we've got this teacher, and we're going to watch her. And then, you know, a minute and a half into the flight, boom. This terrible kind of event, and it was kind of crushing. I think I was 18 at the time, but for younger people, maybe for me it was crushing. You know, and now if you've got a flat earther girlfriend, dad, he'll tell you that, you know, people have walked up to this 6 of the 7 people and taken photos of them and said, "You're still alive. You're 40 years older than when it happened in 1986."
Where are they?
All in America.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, they're all in America. One of them works at the university, the lady, and you look at her as like, well, that's the same lady, 40 years on. Other one would say, no, I'm his twin brother. It's not me. I'm his twin brother. But then why weren't you at the funeral? There was no twin brother recorded at the funeral.
Don't you think if they wanted to disappear these people, they wouldn't be so brazen as to just put
You
them...
think that, yeah. I know that is a bit of a mystery. They have given them slightly different names, but you know, look at these 6 of the 7, and you go, wow, that's a doppelganger with the same name or a similar name, or has a relationship to. And so, yeah, I don't get lost too much on that one because you really. There, you know, it is hard. It is possible to say that's, you know, it is possible that someone looks like you, right? So it is possible that even with CGI or Photoshop, I could create that and say, look, they're still alive. I've just aged them 40 years. I think you could possibly do that with AI. Even take the original and say, age this person 40 years for me, and then, you know.
Or even like, why would you give them a similar name?
Yeah.
Like at that point,
Yeah.
like.
Yeah. No, it begs the question. But the guy who put us through the moon landings, it was a rocket scientist who came to America under Project Paperclip. He was a Nazi.
Werner von Braun, yeah.
He writes a book in 1950s about a guy called Elon taking mankind to Mars. That's another strange coincidence, right? Yeah, the Elons, they're known as the Elons, who eventually go to Mars. But he wrote on his tombstone one thing, his name, and Psalms 19:1, which is a Bible verse that says that there's a roof, that the heaven showeth God's handiwork, and the firmament is the roof of the world.
And when do you think humanity has known that the Earth is flat? Because obviously when we were in the medieval era, we knew the Earth was flat, but we didn't know that there was some border, some Antarctic limit to where we could explore. When do you think it was kind of, they decided to start telling the lies of the flat, like they started?
Okay, so part of my research area is to do with ancient history,
right?
But in a way that is not told by the documentary channel.
Are these the Hyperboreans I've heard so much about?
Well, they may be, the Hyperboreans, but they're from like another part of the realm, right? They're not from these continents that we're on. This is the theory, and of course, there's so much uncharted ocean before you even get to this ice rink. Who knows what could be within our own little, neighborhood? But no, this idea that mankind was once a much higher culture, and that we had a civilization or civilizations that have gone before have been wiped out by floods or mud floods or whatever.
Like Atlantis or something.
Atlantis has got swallowed by the sea, or the sea level rose and then just swallowed on a flat earth. You can do that. You can change the sea level by a mile, and all of a sudden all you've got is like a few hills left, and those people, that's where the survivors create new countries, on those hills that are now at sea level. So this idea that we actually had much higher culture with technology that would blow our minds today, that existed before. So they could build the magnificent cathedrals that we see today. We see evidence of cities underground where they're under the dirt. You know, if you go to I went to Rome just a few years ago, and you go around what's it called, the big kind
Colosseum.
of Colosseum. That's it. You go just about 500 meters away from that. They're digging in the ground from street level, 20 meters down, and they're exposing these huge Romanesque columns and things like that existed, that were built by people that have somehow gone away in the last 1,000 or maybe 2,000 years, maybe less. And that there was high culture, and that high culture was usurped, and that there was a flood. And that flood, when it receded, has exposed these buildings. Even around London, there are 3 or 4 stories of buildings beneath the ground.
But I used to be a big believer in that theory. But I often find that the sources I was reading from, I was in one case study, the nuclear war in ancient India. I don't know if you've heard about that.
No.
So essentially it was the idea that we had nuclear fission before, it was described in the Bhagavad Gita, which is the holy text of Hinduism. And it comes off as very interesting at first, but I do feel like the sources are usually pushing an agenda, and they won't give both sides of the story in terms of the idea that perhaps this is untrue, you know?
Yeah, well, but there is, I've not seen this for myself, but there's video of a pyramid under the sea in Japan. And so you can't build that under the sea. It was probably on land when it was built. There are other megalithic structures that are underwater that were probably built by people who had a different sea level. And in mainstream science, they acknowledge that you could walk to France.
Yeah.
They say 10,000 years ago, but I would question if it was possibly 1,000 years ago, where the sea level was, because in order to drain the channel, the English Channel, on a flat Earth, that means all sea levels have to be drained down by hundreds of meters in order to account for that. And so it's my contention that there was a civilization, there was an end times event, like they talk about in the Bible, not 6,000 years ago, 600 years ago perhaps, and it wiped out most of technology that was here and the abilities of people that were here. Now, to get conspiratorial with that, the people who run this game, they know that this is a self-cleaning system and that every period of time, it will wash itself, it will cleanse itself. And so what they do is they will hide technology. This is getting into conspiracy, but they'll hide technology like the microchip, for example, and they'll hide it until such time as the technology has caught up to a place where they can introduce such incredible technologies. Because in your short lifetimes, the microchip has gone from a cupboard-sized thing to a thumbnail that can, store even 10 times the amount of information that a cupboard could.
And I suppose I don't know if you have any more questions, but my last question is, why would the Earth be flat and every other planet be round? And I guess you must say that all the time.
Yeah. So, firstly, let's say that because the football stadium is flat, doesn't mean that the lights have to be anything other than the lights are. Yeah. So, I think we're inside of a football stadium, and we've got stadium lights that are up in the roof.
Aussie football or?
No, South African actually. More like rugby, but we can take Wembley football, whatever. But or a disco. Yeah. We got lights turning around on the disco roof, and we may not be able to agree on what those lights are, but we can certainly agree that the floor is flat or level in the dance floor. Now, because I believe in the electromagnetic universe, I think that what you see when you're looking at the stars, and I've looked at them under a powerful camera, and they look like frequencies just doing this. They're like a vibration in liquid. The sonoluminescence you might have studied, and the star in the jar experiment you might have come across. But these are one where you can fire a frequency into a liquid and get a star to erupt inside of that little test tube. This is what we've done. This is what we've been able to do. It's not a flat Earth thing, it's just an electromagnetic thing. So when I see the stars, we've been told that they are balls of gas reflecting light, but in reality, I think they're more likely frequencies perturbating in an ether or in a medium and creating what we see as a very unique light pattern. Each star is vibrating on its own frequency and giving a different light show. There are different colors, there are different rates of flicker. So we were taught when we're 6 years old, these are balls in the sky floating. Now I say this, rocks don't float and gas giants don't coalesce. You cannot fart in a lift and expect it to stay in your trousers. The gas will spread and fill the environment very quickly. And that's what happens in thermodynamics. If there was gas next to a vacuum, that gas would be ripped off into the vacuum instantly.
All right, fair enough.
So I'll ask my last one. I don't want to take too much of your time, but how much of would you say? Obviously, I'm guessing you believe in classical mechanics.
Yeah.
But how much? At what point would you say we should like? What physics like? What level of physics do you start to disagree with?
Well, I'm with you on the mechanics, and I'm with you on any physics that you and I can test.
Right.
So if I said to
But
you,
don't
like, you can boil this water at sea level, once it gets to 100 degrees, one, it's going to boil, and two, it's going to turn to steam. That you can go and test for yourself, and that's great physics, right?
But don't you think that the whole principle of science is just building off what the people before us have done? Because there's only so much a human being can do in one lifetime, and the only way we'll make forward with science is taking what we know is true.
Standing on the shoulders of giants.
Exactly.
Yeah, the problem is standing on the shoulder of the giants when they built a house of cards is that it can crumble.
It's a very
And,
good point.
and I think that the house of cards that was built by Newton, when he said, oh, this mass attracting mass, and that's what's causing the apple to fall on my
Newton
head.
invented classical mechanics as well.
Yeah, but there's mechanics that you can test.
Right.
And like so where we would disagree is that, like for me, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So
Right.
if I push something, certain amount of force, then it's going to move back a certain distance depending on the resistance and the weight and blah, 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 yeah? So that's mechanics for me. What he does is he teaches you when you're 6 years old that an apple fell on his head, and then he realized that has to be gravity pulling it to the earth. But actually you're forgetting that the apple spent 6 months lifting up 200 grams of water from the ground, drop by drop, until that apple was heavy enough to return to the floor. And so everything is in a natural state of buoyancy or balance unless acted upon by something else. And
So what do you think acted on, like, if I was to drop an apple, what would cause it to hit the floor?
Well, okay, so the medium, it depends on what you do. Because if you put a bucket of water halfway between you and the floor, it's going to do what? Float on the water. Yeah? And that's because you've changed the medium that it's in. So in air, an apple is way more dense than air. A helium balloon is not. So a helium balloon will go up, the apple will go down. But if it meets the water, then it's now it's inverted, and now it's lighter than the medium that it's displacing, and so it will float. So that's basic. Like that's the basics of stuff that you and I can test. Like if we built a boat together, we'd be like, okay, this boat is going to weigh 1 ton. How are we going to make sure that it floats with all of us in it? Well, we have to make sure that we're going to displace more water than 1 ton. Otherwise, it's sinking. And so that's all that needs to be. And people long before Galileo and before that were building ships based on the mechanics of if I displace more water than it weighs, then it's going to work.
But what about shadows and the way we can use that? So, for example, I know that I think it was the ancient Greeks were one of the first people to try and make an estimate for the circumference of the
Mr.
Earth.
Aristophanes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you think about all that? How shadows are different in different places?
Well, so let's say you and your friend tonight you go out to your local street and there's a street lamp. You stand 10 meters away from the street lamp. Your friend here stands 20 meters away from the street lamp. Who will throw the longest shadow?
The 20 meters.
Why? Because it's the point where you are from the point of the light source, right? So if we're on a flat Earth with a local sun, when we've got exactly the same thing, where you're going to get a longer shadow the further away. But Aristophanes used that same observation to then say that's because the Earth is bending. And you can do this experiment with both a flat table or on a ball. You put matchsticks and you can obviously see that the matchsticks further away from the light source are going to give you a longer shadow than the ones directly underneath it. And that was really all he was doing, if even the man lived, because there's more evidence for Jesus than Aristophanes. And there is this idea that you and your mate are going to separate yourselves by 500 miles and you're going to record your findings 3,000 years ago, well, you've got no mobile phones, you've got no way of knowing that this is exactly the same time. There's no watches or any of that. It's like, okay, when the crow has hooted after 5 minutes, then that's when I'm going to do it.
I don't know. That's why the human mind's beautiful. They can discover experiments that I don't know.
Yeah, but you know what? Later, like in the 1800s, this question was still, because the oldest globe, by the way, even if they thought it was a globe, they never bothered making a globe, right? Until 1500s. You can Google this. The oldest globe is 1500s. So it's 500 years. So they waited 1,000, 2,000 years, these very clever people who say, oh, we live on a globe, but we're never going to make one.
But that was for a commercial purpose, in order to traverse according to the globe heads, to traverse the entire world. Like the globe was built to be put on a ship in order so that you could navigate from one part of the earth to the other.
It may surprise you to know that no ship's captain ever uses a globe for navigation. They only use flat maps. So the whole world is given on flat charts, the whole world. And then you kind of, if you're sailing...
I can't remember I read it in history, but it might be in Robinson Crusoe, some fiction like that. I'd need to
it's probably
What do you think about the two different projections of maps, like the Mercator and the Peters projection?
Well, the mainstream is that, it depends on which, authority is writing the map. They want to grow it in their favor or show themselves as being bigger than they really are. No, this is just hiding the fact that they cannot actually truly map the world on a flat map like this.
Because it's a globe, or because they don't want to, or?
No, I mean, look, think about it like this. All sailors from prehistory used flat maps. They would go around their coastline that they were sailing, and they would map the coastline, right? And that would all be done on a flat table based on the idea that the sea was level from one side of England to the other side of England. Never were they thinking, now how do we make this work on a globe? Same as with the layout of the cities. All the cities are done in grids. How does that stretch onto a globe? You would get the stretching that doesn't make sense. So no, the sea levels were always believed to be the sea levels. And they knew that the lower you are to the water, the quicker something is going to go away. So if we want to see the land first, we're going to have to put a man up in the crow's nest. He's not seeing over the curve of the globe. He's just got the higher angle of elevation on things, so like the guy on the mountaintop can see things much further than the guy on the beach. Why? Because he's got a much higher angle of elevation looking down into a distance.
It's a very interesting conversation. I still think the Earth is round, but
I respect the Earth thing. I wanted to give it a go in London, but I was worried I'd step on glass or something.
People worry about that all the time. My 7-year-old, he didn't wear shoes for years. He does occasionally now, but he never stood in glass. And if you do, it's normally like a tiny slither, and it'll hurt slightly, but you'll get it out.
How are you going to get home?
I do actually have shoes with me today.
Oh, right.
But I have done this completely barefoot. But
so I was going to say, the London Underground, you have to be a brave man.
It's a bit dirty, and I try not to walk on floors that have been cleaned with chemicals.
Yeah. Fair enough, I respect it.
Thank you very much. You have a good day.
Cheers, guys. No, well, thanks for stopping in. Hope you enjoyed that. Let me get some more.
Hey guys.
How are you doing?
What are you streaming?
Where?
What are you streaming?
YouTube.
Yeah, what's your message? What are you...
That we are the center of creation.
The center of creation?
Yeah.
Humans?
Yeah. God created this, Allah is Muslim. Allah created this place for us. We are the expression of Allah, we are the expression of God. And
you're the Earth's flat guy, okay.
Yeah, I'm the Earth's flat guy. God said that, Allah said the same thing. God separated the waters from the waters, and the earth was formed without void. This is all Old Testament stuff, right? I don't have a religion to promote today. I'm just telling you that it's written in the book. I've had Shamsi come here, a preacher from your faith, come here and tell me the same thing, that in the Quran it says the sun and the moon, they travel over the earth. They travel over the earth. Have you ever heard that?
Like semantics or something? I don't know.
It's not semantics. It's what is. It's real. The Earth and the Moon, they travel across your sky every day.
Run it. That's what it is
Run
from.
it.
Run it. I don't know what are your thoughts about the Earth being flat.
I'm not too sure. So, like, do you have, like, let's say I send like a balloon up with a camera, right? And you can see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
So what's the argument against that?
That's a fisheye lens. Or if you use a wide-angle lens, when it comes off the center point, it bends. You see footage where it's bending the horizon like this. That's what you see. But when flat earthers have sent cameras that are not fisheye lenses, what we see is 120,000 feet. Everything looks as flat as you can see it. Flat as a pancake. Now, a guy called Neil deGrasse Tyson was required to come out and defend the Red Bull jump. Did you know about the Red Bull jump? Felix Baumgartner, right? Not space, but 150,000 feet. I don't know, 30 miles or 30 kilometers. Not actually that far, actually, in truth, that high. But the highest that any man has ever been. And he says, Neil deGrasse Tyson says, even he is not high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. That's out of his own mouth. And in fact, when Baumgartner jumps out of his capsule, there's a camera behind him, and it captures the horizon perfectly level from that height, 30 kilometers. You are seeing a long way, even in that narrow window. It's all level.
So what about the pictures from space stations and stuff?
So, well, I mean, it depends on how much you trust the authorities. We who don't trust the authorities.
But like, what's the reason? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? That's another question altogether. That's a good question, but it's not the same as, the footage that we see from space, what they call space, or from the International Space Station. If you spend enough time, and there's guys who have the time to do this, and they unpick every second of the live footage and so on, they find glitches, they find mistakes, they find CGI errors, they find that there's bubbles leaving the helmet during the spacewalk. One time, a flash of a scuba diver, as the guy pulled his visor down in the spacewalk, a scuba diver was caught in his reflection. So what if they're doing it in the swimming pool where they do the training? Because if you think about the suit that they use when they do the training, it looks identical to the one they go into outer space with. And yet they've never taken that suit, they put it in a swimming pool, they've never put it in a vacuum chamber. They've never gone, let's test you, make sure that this is going to work in the vacuum when you get there, because vacuum is a very dangerous place. So we've got to make sure there's no leaks.
It's nothing to do with the pressure.
It's the inverted pressure, it's the opposite pressure. So what you've got, I mean, the NASA space chamber that you've probably seen on the documentary channel has got 8-foot thick steel reinforced walls. Why? Because all of the force of this atmosphere is trying to crush that in. So when you're in a vacuum, like if you put a regular sized balloon in a vacuum and you start to create the vacuum, very quickly it expands until it pops. Right. And that's like the Michelin Man is what would happen to a human being if we went into that environment, or anything. It would be wanting to do this. The opposite of going under sea, where everything's pressing in. Now it's all pulling out. Okay. So you've got to make sure that your engineering is designed to handle that, whether it be the spacecraft or the suit that you're wearing. But they've never bothered testing the suit in a vacuum chamber. They tried in the 1950s, and the man nearly died. They had to stop the test partway through because his tongue started to boil and he passed out. Doctors rushed in and saved his life. You can hear him talk about this, but that's the only footage we've ever seen of them testing a man in a vacuum chamber. You've got to test all things. Your religion requires that of you, because Allah wants us not to be deceived. Of course. Now, I believe that we live in a devil's world in which there is deception laid upon you long before you were born, on your parents and your parents' parents. Sure. And they cannot be held at fault for that. But now we live in the information age, and we can say, listen, we can do tests for ourselves that negate the need to talk about whether or not NASA is actually going into the vacuum of space, breaking the second law of thermodynamics, because thermodynamics demands containment for pressure. If you want a deodorant can, you must keep it sealed. If you break the seal, equalization of pressure instantly. That should be the same with our Earth. I believe our Earth is created by Allah, safe, a perfect biome or habitat for his creation to exist in. But now the devil has us at war with each other because we don't know who we are and where we are and who we are, like in God's eyes, in Allah's eyes. Because I think that we are all created equal, and maybe even in the image of God. And I think we are the fractal expression of Allah. I think we are that. I think this is what Muhammad and Jesus, peace be upon them both, I think they were trying to tell us this, that you are the expression of God. But you're going to have people come amongst you and sow deceit so that I go to war with you. And we see this in the world today. We see people being brought into conflict with each other. And we see possibly even a war, a big war coming down the line. And you can understand why people on the left side or the right side, the German side or the English side or the Muslim side or the Christian side or the white side or the black side, you can see why they take their position, because they feel that they have an enemy. And once you believe that there is an enemy at your gate, you will defend your gate. And that's what I see happening. So water will settle level. When they built the pyramids, they used water to make sure it was level over the 400 meters of length. When they cut the Suez Canal, they engineered that level. And they've got one level body of water, 120 kilometers of level water. Water is not going to bend like this. Something that God will show us, something that God will show us is that everything that God ever created comes in a container called the skin, called the bark, the peel, the shell. Everything in nature has a container. You have a container, it's called your skin. This might be the temple of God. But now, your science, in your mind, I know you don't believe in evolution. As Muslims, good Muslims do not believe in evolution. However, you do believe that you can walk on the outside of a spinning rock of water, which has no skin. Which has no skin. It has no shell. It has no peel. It has no bark. Well, I say to you, it has to have a peel. It has to have a shell. There must be a container. That's what nature does.
So you think that everything has to have a container, so everything has to be contained. So do you not think the way the Earth is created, it's contained within itself, within the atmosphere, within
I believe that. I think that it's like God separated the waters from the waters. So I believe that if you could blow like God, maybe blow a bubble into separate the waters, and now you've got this bubble. And inside of that bubble, you're going to have at the bottom of it all the heavy stuff, and at the top of it all the light stuff, all the gases. They're going to naturally flow to the top, and at the bottom you're going to have all the dirt, the heavy rocks and stuff like that. That's what, if I was to model something in nature, then I could physically demonstrate that model to you. The one where people are, say, encased in a globe where there is some kind of external wall or whatever, but even not, that they're walking upside down and the water is running up the Nile River 1,000 miles up the side of a globe, up Africa. No, that you cannot demonstrate that.
Okay. Interesting.
You cannot demonstrate that. So what's beneath our feet, anyone's guess, because we've only drilled 8 miles into the earth. It's called the Kola Deep.
Russia
the super deep. And that was the Americans and the Russians in the 90s doing their best. And they were like, no, we can't get any deeper, 7.8 miles.
Because they melted all the equipment, that's why.
Yeah, it melted. Why? Because there is something impervious, something so hot, something impervious that prevents us from going out. But what about this then? What about if you had to freeze everything so cold that even the gases became solid? Our roof, as you fly in a plane, you'll realize it's minus 50 degrees only at 30,000 feet. It's already minus 50. They tell us in science that it gets much hotter again. I do not believe that. I think it just continues to get colder until the light gases become solid. And there you've got your potential roof.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting. That's cool. That's nice. Thank
cool.
you.
Can I send you with a flyer? Take it. Sure. There's an app there which is got like the best proofs that anyone has got. Like for example, I saw footage the other day of an SR-71 airline pilot, a military airline pilot. He's holding his mobile phone like this for about 5 minutes flying around, and in the end he turns and points it at his face. So you know he's inside the cockpit, you know he's flying, you know he's at 70,000 feet because you can see his instruments. And it all looks flat from out there, right? It all looks flat from out there.
With Jamaicans.
And the thing is, ask yourself this, go to bed tonight and think, that guy was saying that the ship is going, you're taught, the ship is going downhill when it goes from England to Africa or wherever. It's not coming back uphill when it comes back. Because the guy in Africa will tell you that, no, it's going downhill from me too. How can both be going downhill?
Curvature of the earth. It goes against the curvature of the earth. You'll be going downhill to come across.
No, but
on the flights as well.
If you go, I mean, airline pilots who are flat earthers and others will say we don't make any allowance for curvature. We just fly flat and level, 2 degrees up. And actually, I was in Dubai one time where before I knew about flat earth, I'd seen the sunset at the airport, and then the plane took off half an hour later, and boom, the sun was above the clouds again. It's like, how is that possible on a globe? You know, but for our perspective on it. So you go to Burj Al Khalifa, right? Yeah. And the guy on the beach will tell you the sun is set, and you'll go, no, 20 minutes later, it's still here. What are you talking about? And that's only because you are now much higher, and so you can see further. It's not that it's gone over the ball, because actually, if it's gone over the side of the ball, then it shouldn't matter. The Burj Khalifa is not a kilometer high. It shouldn't even matter that height. That you should not be able to see over the curve of the globe. Have a good life, guys. Salam alaikum.
Jesus is God, Muhammad is fraud.
Hey, Boston, right? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Have a good day. Hey, see you later. Nice to see you. How's it going, man? Yes, Martin, nice to see you.
Yes, the left is here. The left is
Good to see you. Want to add more to this artwork?
Given the great technique, don't we? You have given brother.
Why should I treat it? Oh, thanks. Well, I didn't do anything wrong.
I'm starting to pick up the beat of your music, brother.
It's good, you know.
What, where would you characterize this particular music from? What part of Africa?
Nigeria.
My mother was born in Jos.
Oh, that's
Nigeria.
close to me. From the north of Nigeria. Yes.
Music they would play at the Nottingham Carnival.
Yes. We love music so much.
Yeah.
Because music keeps you going.
You're right.
No matter the pain, music will.
You're right about that, brother. That music beat our medicine.
Yes.
Brother, increase the volume, let's dance for.
Let's get it on.
Cameraman dancing. Cameraman, you have to do some joke. No dancing.
No dancing on the job. Earth is flat.
Muhammad was a comedian.
Earth is flat.
Muhammad was a comedian.
Really? How? Show me how. Tell me how.
Muhammad was a rat.
Tell me how. How is he a rat? He's a human being.
Muhammad was a snake.
Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Did you know that? We don't live on a ball. That's a lie. We don't evolve from monkeys. That's another lie. Evolution is a lie. The globe is a lie.
Evolution is a mechanism. It's not necessarily a lie. But anyway.
We don't come from monkeys, bro.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
No.
And where you come from?
We come from God. We're creatures of God.
Yes, we created by God.
Creatures
In the image
of
of
you?
God.
Allah.
Jesus Christ changed you.
No, Jesus Christ is a human being. What did he give birth to me? What did he do?
He made you.
How?
Made.
How?
Formed you.
From
In your mother's womb.
From string.
I think we both agree on. I think that's the difference, eh? Is that we all believe that there is God and that God is the ultimate creator. It's just that for the Christian, that came through Jesus rather than
Christianity is
directly to
a
God.
contradiction,
Muhammad your darling?
pact, religion.
Go and talk to Muhammad, darling, not me. I'm not your darling. I'm not your darling.
Yeah.
Your Muhammad is your darling. I'm not your darling.
Why are you not a
Darling.
Hindu? Why are you not Hindu?
Muhammad was a female. Muhammad is a female.
Answer my question.
Ask your mother, I told her the answer.
Ask your mother.
Ask your mother, I told the
Ask your
answer to
butter
her.
chicken. Butter chicken.
I have told all the answer to your mother. When you go home today, you ask your mother.
Who was before Jesus? No answer.
Who was before Jesus?
Well, I think is it
Yeah,
not
cause
that they all
okay.
believe that we all come from Adam? Like Adam is
yeah.
the like
Yeah.
you know. So
Who made Adam here?
well, God, I guess.
No, the devil.
The devil made Adam. Oh, I didn't.
He made the meat from the tree in heaven.
In Eden, from Eden, do you mean?
No, in heaven.
Oh, I mean, you know, these things may be true. I really don't know, which is why I don't like get in the religious
Are you Muslim?
argument.
You have to be Muslim.
Oh,
That's an advice for free.
I know that.
Believe me.
I know that we have.
There are many miracles that happened before and will happen again.
Yeah, I got no problem with that, and I think that Muhammad's teachings, peace be upon him, were good teachings, you know, in the main. But there are issues, you know. There are there are
it's
issues
the devil.
with every
It's
religion.
the devil making you guys lie at yourself, and he's lying at you guys.
So what if I offer you this? That I think that God created the devil, because God is everything.
You know
so
what's
the devil
happening?
cannot
You know
be
what's
outside
happening?
of God.
You know what's happening? It's the devil against the God. Yeah.
Okay. What if? So I put it like this.
God
What if
is
the
more
devil
powerful than the devil.
Yes.
But
Yes, God is omnipotent.
Very nice.
All powerful.
Yeah.
Allah.
No, this
all
is very,
powerful.
very
Allah's
loud.
great.
You can get
Allah's
it on
great.
Amazon
And so-
for like £80.
So the devil operates through man. you see. So the devil in you, in me, has the potential for me to be a bad man or a good man. Yes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the choice to be a good man is in your heart, and God, Allah, has given you the knowledge in your heart to know good from wrong.
Allah wants to see. Allah knows the future, and God knows.
Yes.
God knows the future.
Yes.
But God.
But He warns us. No, we're gonna get. Into
God
war.
wants to see the humans. Are they going to fall for the devil's trick or no?
Yes, that's what I see. I see.
Yeah.
There's a
I
Bible
see
verse.
that the devil is doing a lot of stuff يعني.
Yeah.
LGBTQ. يعني he's doing it for a long term.
Yeah.
He's doing stuff for long term.
Okay,
let's
so
let's go for.
let me offer
You know
you
who's
this,
the
brother.
first gay person?
I don't.
The devil.
Okay. Well, let me offer you this.
Yeah.
That if the devil is at work against God's children or God's creation, which is you and me, then the devil is winning when he gets me to hate on you because of what you believe or how you look or whatever. Yeah. So that's why where I come from is that I don't want to get into an argument with you or the Christian to say you're right or wrong, because then I am not showing you love in the way that Allah says that we should love each other.
No. Allah says in His Quran, if you're Christian, يعني يا أيها الذين يا أيها الكافرون. يعني I don't know how to translate it, but it's haram to miss a word.
Yeah.
Like I will tell you the meaning. It means the people who are not believing in God. You have your own religion and we have our own religion. Leave us alone and we will leave you alone.
Yeah, I mean, I think, but it doesn't, in a way, that doesn't matter. You can believe whatever you want to believe, but that's kind of up to you. But the problem comes when what I believe gets me to want to argue with you and fight with you. You see, because what I see happening in the world is, like
Do you
Islam,
believe that Jesus is dead?
Dead? Well, I mean, like I accept that Jesus lived 2,000, maybe 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, I don't know. I accept that there was a man who had a story that he told, and he was maybe the prophet. Was he the only son of God, or are we all the product of God? I prefer the idea that we're all the product of God, and that Jesus was like Muhammad, as someone who had insight, who could tell us what was going to happen. But the people who run the world, they don't want his message to be true. So they mess with that message. They mess with the people, and then they get us to create differing, like Catholic versus Protestant, where, you know, between them, they've had such big wars over
People
time.
have to think it smartly. Yeah. They have to have a...
Earth is flat. We know this. Earth is flat.
Yeah.
We know that God created the world. I've spoken to Muslims, flat Earth. They say the Earth is flat. The seas are level. There's no living on a ball, no evolution, no Big Bang. All of that is made up by the religious people to make us demean Allah's intention to create a world perfect for us to live inside of. So I go around telling people that the Earth is flat. It doesn't matter what you believe religiously, but if you don't know this truth, then you don't know the basics of the lies that have been formed against you.
What do
by
you
Satan.
mean by flat? Is it straight like this?
The sea between England and America, sea level, flat. It's not going down. The ship is not going down or coming up. It is flat. When your plane flies from the Middle East to here, the nose is 2 degrees up all the time, and then it settles when he lands in Dubai.
There is a method, like we say it in our country. We have the longest tower in the world. Yeah?
Burj Khalifa.
Burj Khalifa. Do you want to
838 meters or something.
Do you want to go on top of the Burj and look at the ground?
Yeah.
Would you like that?
Yeah.
Will you believe that the Earth is not flat?
No. See, I've been higher than that.
You are higher.
I've been higher than that because
You
one,
went
I've been
skydiving?
but I've been mountain climbing and I've been in aeroplanes. And I've been in airplanes since the blinkers came off, and I look down in the Mediterranean Sea, and what I can see for 50 miles in this direction and 50 miles in this direction is that the
What
water
about
is
the
level.
people they go with NASA? Are they lying?
Yes. Those people are lying. There's only a few hundred that have ever been there, but those people are lying.
If the Earth is flat, there has to be a dead zone.
A dead zone, an edge.
Edge.
Yes.
Where is the edge?
Well, we would call that the Antarctic ice ring, just like I've got in my picture here. You got ice wall around the side
No,
because
Antarctica is not that big.
one thing we know, Antarctica. Captain Cook is said to have sailed around it for 3 years. It took him 3 years to sail around it, and he did more than 60,000 miles, 100,000 kilometers. And so we believe that he was sailing around the perimeter. But one thing you know for sure is that water must be contained. If water is not in a bowl, a lake, a puddle, a swimming pool, a bath, it's going to flow downhill. Water will always do that, every time. Yeah. And yet they tell us, oh, this ball, this globe is so big, the water doesn't fall down the side.
Let me tell you. Do you know anything about guns?
Yes.
Do you know M16?
I know of it, but I've never used it.
Okay. What do you know? How many bullet capacity does the magazine can take?
Well, the one I used in the army had a 30-round capacity.
30
but
round
then I had
with
a Browning. I had a
30
Browning.
round with an extra magazine. Okay, let's
Yeah,
say
I
you have,
had a Browning machine gun with 200 rounds.
Let's say you have those magazines, and every drop of water in the ocean is a bullet. How many magazines do you need to finish the water?
A lot.
How much?
One quintillion.
1 quintillion? No, it's more.
Yeah. How's that?
75%.
The Earth is 75% water. Yeah, I think 71, but I wouldn't argue with 75.
Okay, have a nice day. Thank you.
Cheers, brother. Salam alaikum. I got some information on the Earth
so much.
not being a globe.
Yeah.
Have you come
I totally
across
believe
it?
in this.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't believe in it. I used to believe in the globe. I used to believe in the moon landings. Now I don't believe in those things. I prefer to stick with what I can test myself.
Yeah, me too.
You too?
Yeah.
Check me out.
I don't believe in the globe.
You don't believe in the globe? Awesome. Yeah, so sea is level.
Yeah, exactly.
And we can't prove that we're spinning. It's makes much more sense that the lights of the disco are moving around the roof than the floor is moving. You know?
Exactly.
So that's how I see it.
That's what I think. That's what I'm saying.
How long have you been saying that?
For a while now. Started questioning things, you know? And then it just made sense.
Yeah, eventually it does. About 10 years now. And for me, I had DMT in 2015, and I had this, afterlife experience, like a near-death experience, and I saw that the world is not material, that everything is light, everything is frequency, a vibration, and we're interpreting it as a tree or a rock or whatever, but it's actually just a frequency. And that's how I saw it during the DMT. And I was an atheist, so I had this experience with my higher self, and I knew that, we're eternal beings. We're much more important than I ever believed we were. And so I started looking at flat Earth, and I came across the formula for curvature over water, and I was like, wow, when you apply that formula for curvature over water, I know that I've seen things far too far. I've seen things far too far in the distance to support this idea that the water is curving down, curving around. So that was what got me really started. And then, of course, other things like the moon landing, I started to look at that with another critical eye, and I'm like, there's no way we landed on the moon.
Yeah.
International Space Station, all being faked. In
Do
studios.
you think anyone's been to the moon?
No, not possible.
Do you think people live on the other side of the moon?
Not possible.
What about other earthly life? What about aliens living on the other side of the moon?
I think about extraterrestrials, extra Earth, on the plane of the Earth. So I think it's possible that I've drawn our continents here with an ice wall. Now, this is one conception of how the Earth might look. But outside of that ice wall, there is stories that reflect that there are other continents that we have never been to or that we're not allowed to get to. And that there are extraterrors or extraterrestrials, extra-Earth people who may have very high civilization. We believe that we had very high culture, very high civilization, very high technology if you go back 1,000 years. And that got wiped out such that we lost all of that technology and went back into a dark age.
Alien versus Predator.
Yeah.
Alien versus Predator.
Alien versus Predator.
Okay. I haven't watched that, but I tend to avoid the horror flicks. So yeah, there are millions of buildings that are beneath the mud. That's the remnants of a previous flood that ended a civilization here.
Exactly.
So you can go around London. I've been around so many cities, different countries, where I see exactly the same construction, where there's buildings that are sunk in the mud, but there are windows and door frames below the grade that are opening up into the mud, if you could open them. But they've often been plastered over. I've been into buildings where they've got hidden basement floors, and they say we don't go down there anymore. That's all cut off. But Liverpool will take you on an under-city tour of buildings. London has got it. Manchester, you can see it all over the place. So we think that there was a higher culture. We've also seen construction in South America that looks Greco-Roman, that looks high culture, that is built by people that belie the story of the Red Indians lived in teepees and all of that kind of stuff. That we once had technology and it's been taken away.
I come from them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so the cultures that existed before, even in Africa, was so high that it would surprise us and startle us to see what they could do. The horse and cart, that 10,000 years ago we became agrarian and we learned how to grow wheat and all that sort of stuff. No.
Now look at us.
No.
Corn and nothing.
Yeah. No, I think
Another drought.
Yeah, we're in a. Well, they're
It's a
sending
plague.
us to backwards. We're going backwards, and I believe that
And it's all because of the chicken nuggets.
chicken nuggets. Blame the nuggets. And McDonald's.
The nuggets.
You should take my flyer on the
Anyways.
electromagnetic
Absolutely, I will.
stuff. You might find that fascinating.
You are a pilot, man.
Are you a pilot?
Yeah.
Are you a pilot?
He's a real pilot.
Okay, because I have a pilot.
I'm an engineer now.
Okay, because I have commercial
Just
airline
on
pilot
planes,
friends who are flat earthers, who say that we engineer our planes to fly over a plane.
And everyone's in on it.
No, you don't have to be in on it. The thing is that I've got friends who won't talk to me now because I say to them, you're theodolite, you're telling me that it's accounting for curvature. I'm saying that it's not there, but you're being told that it's accounting for curvature when you're building.
So
Same with
they're
people will
just
say
believing
with the gyroscope, that the gyroscope has got these pendulous veins in it that allow it to account for curvature as it flies over the ball. Well, they never had pendulous veins in back in World War II when they were flying using only the gyroscope as their artificial horizon. And they need that in order to know when they're flat and when they're going down or when they're going above, up from the ground. So these are things that are all engineered into our world, but the people that are in it like in the space programs and the satellite programs.
Yeah, they're all in on it.
I believe no.
The government?
Well, the governments of the world are
They're in on it.
at the very top level, which is why you
They're
got
all
JAXA and the Russians and the Chinese. They all claim to be
Forget
on the
about
moon
it.
and all that. No, they're all in
Switzerland,
this club.
forget about it.
Yeah, they're all in this club.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another story all to itself.
That's a whole nother. That's a whole nother layer we can go into.
Bank
yeah?
of International Settlements.
Yeah.
And how they control the world through finance.
Exactly.
But yeah, so we're in a control game, and the control game
And
is
they're
for your soul.
controlling us through the nuggets.
Yeah.
Have you listened to any Alex Jones?
Who? Alex Jones. I used to. I don't anymore, but back in the day, yeah.
He says some
Do
funny
you have
stuff.
another pin like that? This is the Earth is flat.
I
Give him
might
the
do,
T-shirt.
Yeah. Would you like one?
Yeah.
This comes from a friend of mine called Dave Weiss. He's got a channel called
Dave.
Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole.
God bless you, Dave.
And he has this app that I've got a barcode on that flyer for. You
Yeah.
can check it out. It's $3, but it's got the best flat Earth, got the best flat Earth kind of videos that he collates with evidences and various things. Alex Jones, why do you ask me about Alex Jones?
Well, because he's like probably the most famous sort of theorist and
Conspiracy
speaker.
theorist.
Yeah, he's been
Probably perhaps
David
Icke.
David Icke. That's what it's called.
David Icke.
David Icke.
Yeah, I gave him that flyer, that yellow one. I handed him two of those a little while ago.
The David Icke.
The David Icke. I handed him those, but he won't touch flat Earth. He won't even debate it. He won't even debate it.
That's too crazy for him.
It's too crazy. Or it's like no, that's something you're not allowed to go to because it is really a game changer and it pisses people off a lot. People get he would lose a lot of support if he brought out the flat Earth.
True.
But he would
I
be.
tell people about it, they reject me for it.
But the thing is that we don't make massive claims about exactly how it all works. It's just simply you can't prove water to be you can't prove water to be forming on the outside of a shape.
No one went to
And you can't prove that
You
it
can't prove
floats.
space even exists.
Yeah.
How do we know this is even real?
Yeah. Thermodynamics.
How is engineering even real?
No, I feel like
How do planes even fly?
Just the hopes of it.
I love this.
Awesome.
Put it on you.
Yeah.
Show the camera because the camera won't have seen it. Oh, you can put it on, yeah. Yeah.
We've got a proud flat earther here.
Flat Earth and proud.
How am I supposed to get that?
Yeah, that's it.
Bend it.
Yeah, you get your fingers in there. Yeah, you get it like that. Yeah. And then your fingers in there.
There it is.
There we go.
There we go.
There it is.
Another member of the
Flat
Flat Earth
Earthers.
Society.
Not the Flat Earth Society. we don't like that term. Flat Earth Society
is that what it's called?
I don't like that
is a
term.
government. No, that's a government psyop.
Oh, it's a government.
They push this idea that Earth is a disk in
Take
space.
them down.
That's all poppycock. We don't know what's outside.
I don't even
of
think the
this
sun is
place.
real.
Uh-huh.
The sun isn't real.
Okay. How do you? Well, no. This is interesting.
I can't
To
see
me.
it.
Yeah.
It's not real.
Okay, so we can like zoom in on.
Have you
it
watched
with-
Chicken
with-
Little?
No. Yeah.
The sky was falling.
Yeah.
That happens every day.
And what's that other one? Truman Show.
Truman Show.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lamp falls out of the sky and there's a star, right?
Yeah.
Now.
Have you seen a hamster on a wheel?
Yeah.
With a hamster on a wheel.
We're like hamsters on a wheel. Yeah.
With a hamster.
We're a bit like that. So, but no. Well, I don't think that we're all looking at the same point in the sky. We're not looking at a singular object when we look at the sun. We are receiving.
How do we know that that's there? What even is that?
Well,
it's a projection. It's a hologram.
Okay.
It's not real.
Yeah, or it's
It's from the government.
A focal point. Oh no, I don't know about that. I don't think the government can make the sun.
I think they can.
I've heard the story
Have you
about
seen the Hunger
fake
Games?
suns. Hunger Games. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I know of it.
It's fake. It's the Truman Show. We're all in it.
Yeah.
You are too.
Yeah.
I was watching it.
Oh well, I'm pleased for you, and I think that the moon. This is an example I give people for the moon, right? Which you can apply to the sun too.
Yeah.
And that is that on a full moon night, and we're nearly there, you can go outside and see the moon create a halo in the clouds over your head, over your village, over your town.
Yeah.
Just in that area.
Yeah.
But if you can look into the distance, you'll notice that the cloud bank gets darker and darker and darker into the distance. Can you picture this in your mind's eye?
Yeah.
Particularly if you're up high and you can see a distance away from you, you'll notice that the clouds are dark off in the distance. But if your friend who lives in the distance was to walk outside of their house now, same time, and they would say, no, there's a hot spot above my house, and where you are is dark. which makes no sense if it's a single point of light. I think it's something that is a projection that we almost, you know, that have you heard the theory that does a tree make a sound if no one's there to witness it?
Yeah.
Or does the sun burn for you in this point if you're not here to witness it? I would say it doesn't, which is why you can stand at the sunset at the beach and watch the sun come to your feet. The light will come across the water to your across the level water to your feet, but you can't see 20 meters up the way. Someone else can't see that the sun is doing that for you, but they can see it's doing it for them. So it's like we're picking up some kind of electromagnetic projection. I think it's like almost like, you know, when you take the magnifying glass and you focus the light into a point. It's maybe like that, you know, where it's focusing into a point, but depending on where you're standing, it will determine how you perceive it, whether you're at the equator and it's directly over your head, or whether you're up north and it's like low in the sky.
I agree with you, good sir.
Let's really head to the next book we're going to explore, but yeah, it's good to chat.
My good man.
Stay flat.
Stay flat, man. Stay flat. Stay flat.
Flat thumbs. You see that? Flat thumbs.
I have one question.
Once you know if Jesus is God, don't become Christian just like that. First you need to know. That's it. Once you know.
I have one question.
We don't force anybody.
Right.
Unless you know and believe only, you can become Christian, not otherwise. So ask. I love you. God bless you.
See you Sunday.
See you. Yeah, all the best, brother. Well, thanks for the music.
Awesome, man.
Right? This is a flat Earth conception. Oh. How the Earth might look on a flat plane enclosed by ice, possibly, or at least there's a bowl around that keeps us all in, and there's a roof, a dome, a firmament over the top. Ancient cultures did this, and actually the United Nations logo looks my art is not very good, but let's see. And we can do all the sailing that we do on Earth, we can do that on this map in the same way as we believe we do it on the globe. And all the flying we can do it on this flat Earth like we do it on the globe. And now when you see Dubai, here, you see why when they fly from England, they go to Dubai, to Australia, to Hong Kong, because it's on the way. So when I was young, my Africa and South America are not quite in the right place. But when I was young, instead of flying the South Americans straight across here to Africa, they would fly them all the way up into Europe and then fly them down like this. Yeah, because it makes more sense on the flat Earth.
How long ago?
Ice wall, yeah. Ice wall. Ice wall. Thanks, man. You too. Unknown. The government lie about everything, man. They've misled us about where we are and who we are. But the sun and moon are lights in the sky, and they travel over us every day to give us signs and seasons. They're not big balls of fire, they are something much more magical than that.
Do you believe in God?
Yes, I know God. I know we are the product of God, all of us. We are all equal in God's eyes, and we're all created in God's image. Yes, but God created like imagine if you got a tortoise. You would build a little home for that tortoise to live, right? A terrarium. Well, God did that. Allah did that for us. It's created as a roof. It's like a roof. It closes us all in, and we're in a safe place. There's lots of food in the trees and in the animals for us to survive. But we live for man's law now, not God's law. Man would have us believe that we evolved, and that we live on a scary ball that's floating in space. But we don't know what's outside of here. We've never dug deeper than 8 miles, so we've never been more than 100 miles in the sky. Hi. I'll give you a flyer. Any questions?
I heard about this theory.
You've heard about it? Okay. There's a great app on here you can get for, it's got all these really good evidences, proofs, and people making videos of their experiments and things like that to prove that water's level, prove that Earth is not spinning. Earth is not spinning. Do you know if it is spinning? They say it's spinning 1,000 miles per hour, faster than the speed of sound. And then it's traveling around the Earth, around the sun. It's 66,000 miles an hour. But we can't measure any of this. Yes.
You left out New Zealand, mate.
I'll put it in now.
Happy.
There you go. New Zealand's back in the world.
Back in being a player.
My artwork's not very accurate today. But, yeah. Oh, what? You mean Australia? Australia. I mean, I didn't put in Papua New Guinea and Singapore and all of that. Russia. China, North Korea, Taiwan, How are you guys doing? Sorry, I've been ignoring the chat. Earth is flat, not a ball. No. You can't prove you live on a globe. You can't. Earth is flat, guys. Obviously, this ice wall thing has become a bit of a hot topic, and the going down Where is it? They want to go down for this 24-hour sun. They're going to go in here, I think, and see if they can find a 24-hour sun. I mean, I've said for the longest time, I don't need for the sun to work in the way that, I said that to Dave Weiss the other day actually. I don't need the sun to work in the way that it's going around in the way they say it is. You know, it's magical, supernatural. So, is it possible they'll see a 24-hour sun? I don't think so, but at the same time it doesn't kill the Earth. I mean, it doesn't kill the flat Earth. And I've seen some of the hot water that seems to be spilling over Jeranism lately. Because he's like, well, if I go down there and I see the sun rise here, I see the sun rise here and I see the sunset here. Oh no, I don't see the sunset, I see it for 24 hours in this arc here. That proves that it's a globe. I don't think so. Maybe he's misspoken or misunderstood. But that doesn't make sense. It doesn't negate all the other bits of the flat Earth that are demonstrable. Nice. So can I give you a flyer to take home? I see you noticed my...
No, I will not ask you a question.
Sure.
If the Earth is flat,
yeah,
why there are climate change?
Climate change?
Like spring, autumn.
Oh, okay. Seasons.
4
seasons, so 4 seasons. Okay, so you saw my drawing there.
As far as I know, the cycle of that in attraction with the moon and sun.
Yeah. Okay.
4 seasons.
Yeah, I'm going to show you on my drawing. Do you want to come to my drawing? I'll show you. Because all of these things I used to believe as well, all of the explanations for how it works. But you know, when we look at tides from the moon, we realize that the big lakes in America, the Great Lakes in America, they have no tide. But if the moon is pulling on these bodies of water, how come they have no tide when they're huge? The same is true with the Mediterranean. It has no tide. In Scandinavia.
Just let me know why there are 4 seasons.
4 seasons. Come on, I'll show you. Okay. So here in my flat Earth map, we have a North Pole center. Here. We have the equator. Here. Okay. And here is Capricorn. And here is Cancer. Yes? So in the summertime, the sun is centered over here, and it's a long way from here. So it's further from the south. They are then getting a short and low sun, and that's their winter time. 6 months later, the sun is moved all the way out to here. It's now in Capricorn. It's now bringing hot weather to the southern region.
So you believe the sun is moving?
The sun is moving, yes. It's called the analemma.
But they say sun is fixed, but the earth is moving.
Yeah.
So your theory is completely opposite.
It's all inverted by the devil, you see. It's all being turned upside down. But in the Bible,
all
the Quran,
our knowledge is corrupted.
Yeah. Because if I say to people, then if we're spinning, which way are we spinning? They look around, they don't know which way we're spinning. Well, because we can't, your senses will not tell you that you're spinning. So when you look at the scientific experiments to prove if we're spinning, and we find there are no scientific experiments that conclusively prove the Earth is spinning. So is it possible that your senses are true? That when you see the sun over the distance move like this across the sky, it's because the sun is literally moving across the sky.
Not that spin of the Earth.
Not the spin of the Earth. Do you know how fast they say we are spinning?
So all what we got in schools are wrong.
It's all deception. Yes, sir. It's all deception.
But why? How did you come to this knowledge?
It started, it's a bit of a long journey for me, but about 10 years ago I came across the formula to calculate curvature over the ocean. You see, because if we live on a ball of water, then that ball has to be bending. Because people say they see the ship from the beach, it goes down over the ball, you see. So when I came to work out how much is it going over the ball at 10 miles, turns out that it's meant to be 800 inches after 10 miles. Now 800 inches is a lot of height. And I can see buildings, I can see cars, I can see things up the coastline 10 miles away. No problem at all.
What about days and nights?
Days and nights? Okay. So imagine again, the sun is traveling on the equator. Yes? But it's going to travel around once in 24 hours. But the light is only bright enough to illuminate half of the Earth at any one time. Now when it's in the Capricorn, it's lighting more here and less in Canada, less in England. When it's here in Cancer, it's lighting more, so you get the long day until 10 o'clock before the sun goes away in the summertime. And you get the long day here. So that explains your night and day.
For example, in Australia, in summer here is rain there, it's winter in Australia.
Yes. So winter time now.
So what makes the difference? Why?
Well, I mean,
location of the place?
I mean, think about it like a hot lamp. You know, in a restaurant they have a hot lamp to keep the food hot. Yes. Yeah. If your food is right underneath that lamp, it's going to be hot. If your food is a bit away, it's going to be not so hot. The further you move away from the lamp, the colder everything gets. Eventually, you're in the restaurant, you don't even know the lamp is on because it is too far away from you to make any effect. And that's the same is true with those people who live on the equator. When it is equinox, twice a year, it is the hottest time and the hottest place to be. But as it moves into the Cancer and moves away from the people that are in the south, so it gets colder and colder progressively day by day. And then the winter comes. But then as you bring that heat lamp closer, then it starts to warm up again. Hi.
There's no way you actually believe this.
Oh, there's a lot of ways.
Not in a rude way.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways.
I just want to know, can you enlighten me?
Yeah.
Because you're a flat earther.
Yeah.
I'm not. Not now.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe in the
Everyone's
future.
a flat earther, they just don't know it.
Everyone's a flat earther?
Yeah, man, we live on a flat earth.
We live on
a flat earth.
I want to know.
Okay, so it starts for me, like I was saying to this gentleman, it starts for me that I try to prove that water is bending over the surface.
That doesn't make sense though.
Why not?
The water is bending. What do you mean it bends?
Yeah.
Like it bends. Okay, cool. So the earth is flat, right?
Yeah.
And the water is bending where? Out of the earth?
No. So if you live on a globe, the water is bending on the surface all the time, according to globe
science.
philosophy.
So we live on a sphere, right?
Okay. So I believe that too. And then I went out and tried to measure the curvature that they tell us is in the formula for living on a ball the size we live on, which you probably don't know, but I didn't know it either. And then when I found out that it's 8 inches per mile squared, I went, well, hold on, let me just check that with the things that I've seen in my lifetime over distances that should say, no, that's well over the curvature now. Like I was saying to him, at 10 miles, you're talking about 800 inches of curvature.
Yeah.
So if we take up a camera and can see some beach across the water, say from Spain to Morocco or something like that, or from England to France on a clear day, you'd be like, how can I see the beach on the other side when there's meant to be 50 feet of curvature of water? So it turns out that water is going to find itself level when it's at rest and not disturbed. That's what we know.
That's what we know,
That's what we know. But we're told when we're very young, don't worry, you can't see it, but the water's actually bending around the ball.
So when would you
and I
find the
believe
end
that.
of the...
That's another question. Let's just stick with this at this point. I get asked that one all the time.
No, it's
you know,
the ice
what
caps,
we're told
right?
is that we're going to fall off the edge.
No, we're not going to fall off the edge. What the theory is, what I know, my knowledge of the theory is that there's ice caps basically around the Earth. But now the ice caps are melting because of global warming, right?
No.
Or global warming doesn't exist.
Global warming doesn't exist. And in fact, I went swimming on the same beach I grew up at 5 years old. 50 years ago, I swam on this one beach in South Africa. I go on the same beach now and it's exactly the same sea level.
Yeah, but should I tell you something?
Exactly the same.
Exactly the same sea level. Yeah. But do you see where it is here? I grew up in Romania and then I moved here, right? In Romania it used to snow. But because of global warming, because scientifically the Earth is warming up, in winter it doesn't snow anymore.
Okay. So
explain that.
Okay. So, well, we do get changes in our climate. That's been recorded over many thousands, hundreds of years at least, long before industrialization. So before we could affect the climate, things were getting colder and hotter. You know, in fact, in England in the 1600s, they used to have a market in the winter on the River Thames because it was so cold that it would freeze over. So I think that the Earth goes through hot and cold periods over time, where some areas might become more lush, others might become deserts, others might become frozen.
But the problem is everywhere around the world is heating up. Like you can't change that fact. Like everywhere, there's not one area cool. You would be right, but if one area would have been cold and then another area would have been warm or warmer, then cool.
Okay,
But
let's say
the
I
whole
don't
Earth
disagree.
is-
Let's say I don't disagree with you. What I would disagree with is the idea that man is the problem. So anything that paints man, which is God's creation, as the problem, is designed by the devil. Because you can never be the problem. There's nothing that you can do on earth that can destroy God's creation. That's my truly held belief, is that you and me collectively can do nothing to destroy God's creation. Nothing. And the trees, the more CO2 I create, the more the trees get happy because they live on CO2. That's their lifeblood. So the idea that the earth is getting warmer, I accept that in some places that the climate will change. Now, imagine, like you heard me say to him, you know the lamp that they have in a restaurant to keep the food warm. When it's come out of the oven, they put it on a pass and they wait for the waiter to come and pick it up, right? But they put it underneath a hot lamp to keep it warm so it doesn't get cold, right? Now imagine I moved that lamp 1 meter away. You say, hey, hold on, my plate's not staying warm. Why? Because you've moved it away. Well, what we believe is that the sun, the track of the sun, does do like an ellipse, and that the change on that ellipse over 26,000 years is called the precession of the equinoxes. Over 26,000 years will cause melting in some areas and freezing in other areas. Because as I move that light closer, further away from here, it means that back there is getting colder. And eventually it could freeze over because it's so cold. But that area over there is getting hotter because I'm moving the lamp more often in that area. So this sunlight that gives us all this heat that's moving around our space might well be going through periods of increased heat, and that might affect Romania's snow situation. But when you get deep into the conspiracy, you realize that actually they are doing something called geoengineering. Have you heard of that?
Geoengineering, is it like when they're trying to play God basically?
By
controlling the
spraying
weather?
the skies.
Yeah, no, I believe that.
Yeah.
I totally believe that.
So a place like Romania, for example, let's just say over there in China, I decided to create more rain. Over here in Romania, they might suffer the consequence of now, because of that over there is pulling something over here, which means that the weather in this place isn't the same as it used to be because I'm doing something different over there. So I think that creating a climate change mindset in us is very easy to do, but I would not negate your actual evidence of, yes, Romania used to have many more snow caps.
Maybe you're right. Climate change could be a distraction. For example, if they want to change the weather, then they need an excuse. Oh, so yeah, you're right. So
and they always, what they do with climate change is they make you pay for carbon taxes, for using things that are green or whatever, all this kind of stuff. So we actually end up being the punch bag, and they say, because we also, you may have come across this, we also talk about them limiting people into what they call 15-minute cities, where they say you can't leave your city more than 100 times a year kind of thing because of climate change, because of global warming. So we're going to restrict how often you can go on a plane, how often you can use your car, whether you can even drive a diesel or petrol car anymore, blah, blah, blah. All these sorts of things are punishments that are being wrought upon us because they want us to take the responsibility for something that we do not create. We cannot create climate change. If the climate is changing, that's God's will, although I think man is trying
to play God, which is therefore it's like the laws of nature. You can't really go against them, or else disaster is going to happen.
Exactly.
So
it's
maybe,
haram, as they say.
It's haram. Yeah, you can't really play God. Yeah, but thank you for. I'll check out the podcast because I do listen to podcasts a lot. So I'll check out the podcast.
Cool. Did you get my flyer? Did I give you a flyer?
Flyer? No.
Check this out. Take my flyer, and there's a great app on there. Actually, you can get for your phone.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
All right, brother.
Yeah, all right. Thank
you. Well. Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
What's that? Nice. Thanks, Memorial Gardens. Books from Dr. Kush comes towards the Farina underworld, the secret underworld. You can find it in the definition. With the discovery special about the demon teleportation, which works with frequencies, the actual experience, and things like that. You never had bad days unless you played. Yeah, I know. No, it's a good, for me, it's like, wow, that's freedom of sound. I think it's a good resource, even though I am obviously, as you hear, doubtful that this is exactly how it works. This is just a concept. I've never been, if you've followed me a long time, 100% sold on that going, the sun goes around and round, and that's all it is. And I'll tell you why, I can share it quickly with you, is that I'm standing here in 2016 in England, 55 south, 55 north, apologies. I'm standing here and I'm watching the sun do this. I'm watching the sun do this and thinking, wow, how is it going to get from 55 on this arc? How is it going to get all the way to the other side of, this is the North Pole and this is the, 25 degrees from here to here. Plus another 25 degrees to the other side. How is this arc here ever going to get around to the other side? Hey, how you doing?
You got a lighter?
A lighter, yeah.
What are you doing? What's that? Art?
Well, it could be seen as art, but this is a conception of how the Earth might look if it was flat.
Oh, so it might be flat?
Yeah. No, the water's flat. We say across the pond, you sound like you're from North America.
No, but what is like the last, where's like the edges? Like what country would that be?
Well, the nearest countries to the edge are like New Zealand, South Africa, South America. Those are the ones that
are people able to see that that's where?
No, you know why? Because the edge is maybe the beginning of something else. So people, in the same way as like if you go to
Are you streaming?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If you go to a lake,
yeah.
You see, and inside the lake is an island in the middle of the island, right? Those people on the island would never really ask the question of what is after the lake, because they know that there is an edge to it, and that edge just goes on infinitely far. So we don't know whether there is an infinite plane beyond our tiny little world here, or whether actually it's some kind of enclosed system and we can't get beyond a few hundred miles from the edge to the edge of the ice wall. There's this theory I have, which is that if everything was once frozen and the sun came down and melted a patch in the middle, those where the rocks came out of the water would be our continents. But only those unfrozen areas would be habitable. Beyond that, beyond the reach of the sun, it wouldn't melt. But that's only a theory. I mean, I've read as much as I can from explorers and stuff. So
are you a scientist or?
Yeah, I think we're all scientists.
I mean, I get that nowadays you can get all type of information on the internet.
Yeah. You can do your own research, right?
Yeah.
You don't need to go to school to learn.
You do need school in some ways, I think. For example, if you want to be a doctor, for example, can you be a doctor just by watching videos?
No, I agree with you on that. I think that even to be like a flight in, like to a pilot or whatever, you can't just go into a simulation on your own and go to a simulator and go, okay, I'm a pilot now. You same with driving. You can't just become a driver by reading the book. You got to do practice in the parking lot, and then go out from there, and then somebody, whether it's your old man or someone in the test center that says, okay, you're good to drive on your own now. So the same is true with these things. I agree with you on that. And so if you learn these parts.
Why do you disagree with that the Earth is round?
Well, firstly, we can't prove that the Earth is spinning. We can't. There's no experiment that'll prove
Yeah,
the Earth is spinning.
we just can't feel it. That's
Well, that's.
It's very
maybe that's because it's not spinning.
Okay.
Do you know what speed it should be spinning if we were spinning?
What?
1,000 miles an hour.
Not that fast.
Yeah, 1,000 miles an hour, faster than the speed of sound. And nothing in our atmosphere gives it that away. Nothing's moving. Such, the clouds can be still, no clouds, no wind, whatever. And 1,000 miles an hour would be, it would be remarkable, and it should be measurable. But no, your senses are telling you, and they were telling you when you were 6 years old. But the teacher said, if you want to get a gold star in class, you're going to agree with me when I tell you that the Earth is spinning, and you're just too small to feel it. Then you're going to agree that water, even though in your bath or your swimming pool, the water is level until you jump in. It's level. And if you had to tip the bath sideways and then let the water rest, the water would still be level even though the bath was tipped sideways. That's what you experience in the real world. But because the seas are so big, those rules don't apply. Well, I'm saying those rules do apply. That the water will always find level, no matter what you do to the bath, to the jug that you got it in, or what you put in the bottom of the jug. The water in the top level will be flat. And so the water on any lake can be measured if it's close enough, 10 miles or whatever. You can take a powerful camera and see your mate. If he's got a mirror and he flashes it back at you from 10 miles away, you can see that on a clear day. According to their formula, there should be 800 inches of curvature.
Damn.
That's a lot of curvature just in 10 miles. But we can see things. And that was what caught me. Was 10 years ago, I was like, hang on a minute, 8 inches per mile squared. I grew up by the sea. I could see at nighttime, I could see street lights 15 miles up the coast. And these street lamps are only like 20 feet, 30 feet tall. And there's meant to be, by now, hundreds of feet starting to come in of curvature. It's not there. So water's level, bro. And we must be living inside a container, because thermodynamics says to have a gas pressure like we do have here, we must contain it. Otherwise, the vacuum would take it away.
Right. Interesting point.
This is the circumference of the Earth.
The circumference, or
according to scientists,
24,900 miles.
24,900.
Which is why we have to be going over 1,000 miles an hour, because it's 24 hours.
1,000 an hour to make the whole round. They call it 24 hours.
Yeah, of course, man. And you know what else? The sun is traveling at 66,000 miles. Sorry, the Earth is traveling at 66,000 miles an hour around the sun.
Shit.
And then the sun is traveling at 660,000 miles through the Milky Way. 660. And then the Milky Way is traveling at more than 1 million miles an hour, and yet we see the same stars forever. So it's
but like, what made you question? Like, what was like the
DMT? You know DMT, ayahuasca?
No.
Dimethyltryptamine is something that's said to be inside of a tiny gland inside your head called the pineal gland.
Yeah.
And this is like known as the sort of the Christ oil, or the connection to God. And you can smoke DMT or do ayahuasca as a plant in South America that you drink. And it's like dying. It's basically like a dying. And I had a death in 2015 where I felt like I died and I was beyond the other side.
It's like a out-of-body experience.
Yeah, I was still in my body, but I was like, I was connected. It's like the veil of this reality.
You feel like you're out of your body, but you're there.
A bit like that, but it felt like I could see my higher self, and I could see that I was connected to everything, all living things, all man, all everything, and that everything that I could see was light and vibration and frequency. The plants, I'm like, the plants they're not leaves, they're just light pulsing like this. And it was mind-blowing. For me, I was an atheist. And I came back 6 minutes later and said, it's true, there's a God. Those are the first words out of my mouth. Boom. And from then, I've been researching things that I would never have researched, because I was like, nothing is true. I'm 47 years old at the time. Nothing I've ever learned is true, because I have to start all over again. And I included in that, I'll look at this flat earth theory again, and consider that possibility that we've been deceived on a monumental scale as to who we are, what we are, why we're here, what the purpose is of life, all of that sort of stuff. And that's why I was willing to go back and look at that. Now, I think that the scientists who push the globe are lying? No. I think they believe religion, in the same way as any person who has a religion believes their religion, and they will push that as the truth.
So they have no reason to lie about the Earth being.
They don't need to lie, because remember, they went to school just like you and me.
So
and
they
got
mistake
taught
is what you're saying. They're mistaken. They don't know no better.
Well, yeah, I mean, so remember, to be on a globe, we have to have a number of theories that work for you in your mind. Gravity, relativity predominantly. Now, if you're as good at science in school and you say, yep, I totally understand relativity and gravity, I can write you long maths formulas, I can explain how this all works and how the Big Bang came about and all that sort of stuff, well, you're going to become a professor of that same subject. Simply because you truly trust the theory of gravity as being the best science. We've tested it, we've proven it, we know that as something falls on the ground, that means that water will stick to the bottom of Australia.
Yeah, but it's not that easy though. You need like shit tons of training and courses and like, you know, you have to be well qualified. But
remember, that's inside a particular thing. Now, without wanting to say too much about what happened in 2020, 2021, you know what happened?
That was a scam.
You know that, right? But how many doctors did this to their patients, believing what they were doing was actually good for them? Even when sometimes in their same patients, in their same room, some people would have an immediate reaction that would make them lifetime sick.
Now that's one thing I regret. I took the vaccines because they wouldn't let me travel without it, and I really wanted to travel. So, but yeah, that was. I remember thinking at the time, all these guys talking about the vaccine is not real, conspiracy. I was like, these guys are crazy at the time. But then later on, I was like, this is just, they were right. You know.
Well done.
I didn't really need the vaccine. I actually had COVID, didn't feel nothing. I was all right, nothing. I just lost taste. But then they made me take the shots because I wasn't allowed to travel without it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So they forced people. Some people lost their jobs. I got a pilot friend who lost his job as a airline pilot. He knows the Earth is flat, but he wouldn't take the needle, right? But the point is that good doctors who have children
themselves. Like for some reasons, I don't know.
But people who are doctors are like, hey, I can get you one sooner because I'm like I got the hotline to the needles, right? It's Pfizer, so I can actually get you and your children sooner because they believe it so much. They believe it so much.
You know, it was crazy when they started talking to Bill Gates about it, and he's sitting there. I'm thinking, this guy is not a scientist. He's not, and he's just talking about the vaccines and how people should take it, and it's important. You know, and all these news channels were just selling the idea, oh, Bill Gates is an important person. They're going to believe him. It worked on me, but, you know.
Yeah.
I'll question now, from now on.
Good. Bill Gates is at a TED Talk.
I'm not going to lie, it stresses me sometimes. I watch TV and they're like, oh, whoever took a shot, they're going to die in 3 years, in 2 years.
No, I don't
that
believe that.
really makes me nervous.
Yeah. And the last thing you want to do is add more tension into a system. You know, our bodies are like springs, electromagnetic coils. And if we put ourselves under tension, we can actually make ourselves unwell just from that tension. So the knowledge that you have, you got to be smart with it. Don't use it to hurt yourself. Use it to empower yourself. There's ways you can extract, do like chelation, where you can pull the heavy metals and stuff back out of your body. There's things you can do for that, like taking diatomaceous earth, charcoal. So you can look into that. But I wanted to say that Bill Gates was at a TED Talk. You know what TED Talks are, right?
Yeah.
He was at a TED Talk one year and he said, if our vaccine program is effective, we will achieve like a 15% reduction in population.
It was just money. They were just making money.
I don't know that it's just money.
It's always because they made a shit tons of money.
They did.
The people that made it, the ones that promoted it. You know, you had presidents, prime ministers taking the first shots. I think those were fake shots.
They were probably fakes. But the thing is that the money is the grease to get us to do these things. Because I think actually the people in power, they can print money as much as they want.
Yep.
I don't know that yes,
there's no value to money. It's just paper.
But there's plenty of doctors who would say, let me make sure that 90% of my surgeries, my patients are vaxxed because I get a bonus from the company because
so it doesn't. Trust me, it's safe.
Yeah. So there is a grease in the system with the money, but I think it's much more than that. There's a transhuman agenda going on, which is to take us beyond God, to take us into a realm where we rely completely on man for our survival rather than nature.
True.
And so we no longer trust our immune system So I said, we go, listen, eat some more oranges. You're feeling a little bit unwell, have some ginger. Take care of yourself with the roots and the
so
plants.
many medicines to be called out. Do this, do that.
But what they want us to do is go, your child from birth cannot survive without Moderna and without these companies. I got a 7-year-old child, he's never had a needle near him. And he's super healthy, man. Because I know that we were created by God with an immune system that gets stronger the more I connect with my brother. The more I hide from him, the weaker I become.
Yeah, that's really true. But that's interesting talk, man. Nice talking
Cool,
to
man.
you.
Cool. I'll give you my flyer.
What's your channel?
Yeah, you can have a look. It's Trinity 4.
Is it here?
Take that. Yeah, it's on there. And take this on the electromagnetic. And that's an app that's
so
got a lot of
that's
good
your
evidence.
channel?
Trinity 4, yeah.
Okay, cool.
And that's on electromagnetics.
All right, cool. Thank you.
All right, brother.
All right.
Be well.
Take care.
Peace.
Wow, the air is spinning 1,000 miles per hour.
Yes.
And then 67,000
67,000, yeah.
around the sun.
Yeah. Per
That's
hour.
impossible. We don't feel anything of that. That's a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I hang up in a balloon for an hour, I end up like 1,000 miles away.
No. Yeah.
No, I'm coming
But
back.
they will tell you
Yes.
that the atmosphere is magically moving with the spinning Earth. That's why you can't feel it.
Okay.
And then the higher you go, the faster it must be going, so that it stays in a line with me, beneath my head, above my head.
Okay.
You think about it. Like if you take your watch.
Yes.
Yeah, the second hand is working exactly the same speed as Big Ben, but because Big Ben is 50 times longer than your watch, the end of it has to move much faster.
The Big Ben have to move faster.
Yeah, because it's traveling much further around.
Oh yes, in a wider space.
Yeah. So if that space from the center of the Earth to the skin is 4,000 miles, and the speed is 1,000 miles on the surface from 4,000 miles. But if you go 4,100 miles, it has to be faster. And if you go 4,200 miles,
it has to be faster to keep the pace. Yeah,
exactly.
But it doesn't.
But how can air be moved by nothing but gravity? The theory of gravity. No, impossible.
It is impossible. Yeah.
All made up.
All is made up.
When
do you think they start talking about the revolving Earth, like a ball Earth?
Probably only in the last 200 years, maybe.
Yeah,
because actually the first people who pushed for the
globe Earth.
The globe was that they were still geocentric, where they said that the sun was going around the Earth.
Who was there?
My chaplain.
Is it in Europe before the discovery of America? I think.
Yeah. They would have said that back in that time.
200 years ago.
Yeah, about 400 maybe years ago. They would have said that the Earth is still stationary and the sun it's a ball, but the sun is going around it, but it's not very far away.
They were saying that the Earth is still a ball, but stationary.
Yeah,
and the sun moving around it.
That was the geocentric idea of a globe, but with the sun going around it. Then eventually they came up with a clever way of saying, no, the sun is so far away, we're actually going around it.
Around it.
Yeah. Hey guys, hope you're doing well. In the chat.
You said Earth is flat. How come?
How come the Earth is flat? Because water is level, flat.
Yeah,
and the Earth is 70% water.
Yeah,
so
but you have mountains.
Yeah, of course they have mountains. It's not like no one's saying that it's like the mountains aren't there.
But listen, what about the guys that go into space that can see the whole Earth? They can see that the Earth is round.
Are you related to any of them?
Are they making it up? There's pictures and everything.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Durban. Where are you from?
I'm from Johannesburg.
How's it, man?
Lekker, man. Good. What's happening?
Listen, I was in, I did national service in 1986, 87, right?
Okay.
And I had to shoot long-range weapons,
Right.
like a 90mm weapon.
Okay.
And we had very good training.
Yeah.
We never had to make any allowance for Coriolis, which is this force they say exists because the Earth is spinning.
Okay.
Because once the projectile leaves my cannon, it's no longer in contact with the Earth, the spinning Earth, which is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, according to the theory. So we never had to make any allowance for that. Pilots don't have to make any allowance for the Earth spinning at all. And in my view,
But
like
that's
a
because
river.
it's outside, don't you think? Because it's out, the Earth is spinning, but as the sun is fixed, right? The sun is fixed.
Okay, not for me anymore. I used to believe all of that, and I used to follow the moon landings and all the space stuff. I was really a big space head. And then I came up with this. I didn't come up with this. I discovered the formula for curvature over water. Because if we live on a water ball, like they say, then the water, even of the Val Dam or anything, has got to be curving at a certain amount. It might be too small over the small scale for us to measure. However, it's 8 inches per mile squared. And growing up in Durban, and my old man was in the shipping game, I used to spend a lot of time down in the harbour, and I remember seeing things all the way up the coast at night, and things that is like, obviously, I'm intrinsically I know that I can see these things, but once you plug the maths into your head and go, hold on a minute, there's a bulge of water in between me and Umhlanga Rocks or me and whatever that I'm looking at up the coast in my mind, that I'm like, hang on, shouldn't be able to see these, because according to these numbers, 8 inches per mile squared stacks up pretty quickly. By 10 miles or 15K, 16Ks, you're talking about 800 inches of curvature, which is much more than a street lamp or any of the things that I remembered seeing as a child from Durban.
Yeah.
Not really. So that was the thing that really got me like looking at this. Did you know, speaking of Val Dam, I met a guy in South Africa 2 years ago. He said, my son works for NASA.
Oh, really?
In Joburg.
Wow.
I'm like, what? Joburg? NASA has an office in Joburg? He said, well, what it is, he's a really competent scuba diver. And NASA have got a black box in the bottom of the Val Dam, and every day he has to go down and plug in to this black box and get data, which he then takes back to the computer, sends it uploads it to NASA, and sends it to them. They pay him a really good dollar salary for doing that. And I'm thinking, well, why would they be doing that? And my answer to you would be that because some of what we believe, like if you're in a university and you've sent a satellite into space and it's getting data sets back, they have to be providing you with some data sets, because these satellites are not thousands of miles in the air or whatever. There are some that they hang on helium balloons and they can go to 40, 50 miles. But everything else they're getting from ground-based readings. And I think that's why NASA, which no South African I've ever met has heard that NASA's in South Africa. However, they're paying people to get data from the bottom of a dam.
That is crazy.
Val Dam.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
How does he swim there, though? How does he swim with all those currents there? I just heard of another guy who died.
Really?
Yeah, man. I've actually have a cousin who passed away. He was swimming in Val, and then I heard about another guy who was swimming and they couldn't recover his body. So how do you swim in that waters? Because it's like the Thames.
Yeah.
It's all these undercurrents.
Right.
And they pull you,
Wow. Well, I guess, like...
He's probably, because he probably has...
he's got to be on a breathing. Yeah, it's proper scuba diving. He's going deep.
Yeah.
I would say more than 40 meters.
Wow.
So it's deep. And
he's got the equipment.
He's got the equipment, and he'll be on a rope. If there are currents, I guess, he would be on a rope on a boat, off a boat. But anyway, the point is that, we swam the Midmar Mile as kids, growing up, and I knew, I never had to think about it, but the dam is, on a still day, is perfectly level. And if you go there camping or whatever, and there's no wind in the morning, and it's perfectly glassy, like a mirror, you can see a perfect reflection of all of the landscape beyond that. It's not stretched or extended or anything like that. Yeah. We know that lake is level from one side to the other for the mile that I'm going to swim. I'm not going downhill. I'm not going up a few inches and then down a few inches. It's all level. Wow. And that, if it's a mile long and level, why not 10 miles long and level? Why not 100 miles? Why not the Suez Canal, 100 miles and level? So all the bodies of water on Earth are level. When you flew from Joburg,
I agree.
When you flew from Joburg to London, the pilot got to 35,000 feet, and he kept his nose at 2 degrees of altitude for 11 hours and then settled the plane back down again.
But I got a question for you.
Yeah.
How do you fly from America to Australia?
Well, here's my map. Here's a conception of the flat Earth map, right? So if you were in, you got a call.
Sorry, Hello? Hello?
I'm in the library. Okay, so here's USA. So if you were flying from the west coast, you would fly across here to Australia probably. So you would actually end up skirting China. I mean, my map may not be perfectly accurate, but it's sort of.
Yeah, exactly. So how does it?
Here's the thing for you as a South African, right? Mm-hmm. The flight from Johannesburg to Heathrow, plot that on a globe with a shoestring.
1 second, sorry. Hello?
I don't come every Sunday, but did I give you my flyer?
I come. No, you didn't. Let me see. I'll definitely come round and come check you out.
Thanks.
Sweet. Well, nice to meet you.
By the way, yeah, every flight can be mapped on the flat Earth projection, no problem at all.
Oh, really?
We've looked at that. I've looked at all shipping routes, and I can explain that. All shipping routes.
Without doubt, that's flat.
That's flat.
Yeah.
And we've never flown underneath.
Hello.
But why is that so?
I remember
What is
you.
underneath?
Who knows? We know we've only drilled 8 miles into the Earth. That's all we know about
Why is
below
that
us.
sun round?
Why is it round?
Yeah, why is the moon round?
Oh, globe and round are not the same. Round is a plate.
Are you recording?
Yeah. Round is a plate.
Are you recording?
Yeah.
Don't get me on there because you think I'm a flat earther.
No chance. No chance. No chance.
I'm totally against that flat earth rubbish.
No chance. But it's round. He's not. No, I know. Yeah, I've spoken to you before. I remember you.
How do you feel about that?
Nice to meet you. What's your name?
Dave.
Dean.
Nice to meet you.
Cool. I'll definitely come check you out again.
Lekker.
I'll read up on this. And then
There's a website there.
It makes you want to move
Awesome.
away, innit? Like,
Okay, but so quickly, what does this mean though?
What it means that this place was created,
Yeah.
and we are the center of creation. We are the center of the universe. In fact, I think each of us might be a miniature universe, a micro inside of the macro. So we're meant to be the kings and the queens, not the serfs and the slaves and the tax slaves and so on.
Right.
We should not be at war with each other because we are all from the same eminent or essence creator. So for me, it really puts mankind right at the top. No government. Obviously, we need government, or we need people to arrange our schools and our roads and things like that. But the deception that we live under can only be described. It's almost biblical. It's like some sort of satanic, intention to mislead us completely about who we are, where we are, what we're doing. I believed in. I was atheist. I believed in evolution. I believed in all of these things, and I believe that they are designed. Now I see that they're designed to demean God's intention to create you as the essence or the ambassador of God, or your higher self at least.
Interesting. Okay, cool. Well, I believe in God too, so yeah, that's something common.
Yeah. And biblically, if you've read the Bible, the Bible is a flat earth book. I read it by the time I was 14, 15, I was already teasing the preacher, saying your Bible is so out of date, because science is teaching us now that we live on a globe, and the Bible says no. The Bible says it's flat, not moving. There's a roof over the top. There's all sorts of things. The sun and the moon are like different lights for day and for night. These things do not accord with the Bible. The way that science is taught today is complete, for me anyway.
But are those things? Are they just telling a story as opposed to telling you all the facts? Because they're not giving all the information. It's sort of like a symbol. They don't mention everything in the Bible, right? So we talk about this. They just mention in parts that that's why we talk about in Corinthians where we don't know everything now, but then we shall know, right? But how everything falls together, the background and everything. I mean, I don't think we cannot comprehend it fully.
Let me put it like this: if you had a pet tortoise, or you had fish, and you brought those fish home, you would create an environment perfect for those fish to survive in. Yes, and that's what I believe that the enclosed Earth shows us: is that you're in an enclosed terrarium that's designed perfect. It's got a self-cleaning system, air systems, it's air conditioning, it's got enough food for you to survive on, and so on. It's been created perfect for mankind to thrive in, like Eden, really. But this idea that we have to suspend the laws of nature, which is that water will always find level, that everything living has a seal, has a skin, a peel, a bark, a shell. Everything that God has created has that, except the globe. The globe does not. It has atmosphere and then nothing. Well, when you rip the peel off an orange and it's exposed to the atmosphere, the orange dries and dies very quickly.
But listen, I know a guy who's went up to we went to Mars. I know a guy who's been to Mars. He's taken a video and everything.
Where?
To Mars.
Mars? Are you sure he wasn't taking acid?
Sorry, the moon.
Because no one's claimed yet to have gone to Mars.
Sorry, my bad. Sorry, he's been to the moon.
You know a guy?
Yeah.
What's his name?
I used to work. So I go to the church up here, and they have a Montessori school.
Oh yeah.
So his son used to come to the school. I used to do the tech at the back, like the videos.
Yeah.
And he brought these videos in of when he went up to space to show the kids.
Okay.
So yeah. That was interesting.
That is interesting. I work because I've known about this flat Earth for about 10 years. So when Tim Peake went into space, the English astronaut, you may have known, he did like a flip on TV on Channel 4. It's still on YouTube. Yeah. Where in 2 minutes in the video they say, "We'd like to see you do like a flip because you're in outer space. You're in space." Microgravity or whatever they call it on the ISS. Yeah. He says, okay, I'm going to have a try. I'm not very good at it. But he does this head over heels where the veins are popping out of his head and he looks like he's wearing a harness in his trunk, on his waist and between his legs. It looks to me like he's wearing a harness. And the spin that he does is straight head over heels like you would do if you were on a circus harness. If you and I went into the vacuum of space, we would be doing movements that belied anything that I can do here on Earth. I'd be going off in this direction, I'd be flipping upside down, going this way, that way, and we don't really see that from them when they do these sorts of things. So I used to ask myself, looking at Tim Peake, he doesn't seem like a bad guy. So what have they got on him? What have they told him to cause him to lie to his family and his loved ones about, I've just spent 3 months on the ISS. No, you didn't. You spent 3 months in a bunker in Idaho, and they filmed you being in those situations.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. Oh, okay. The spacewalks are done in a swimming pool. They practice on the ISS. They all, in a swimming pool. You must have seen that footage, right?
No, I didn't see that.
They lower them slowly into the water in their spacesuit, and then they do a full practice run of everything we're going to do when we're actually out in the vacuum of space. Now they do exactly the same thing. They hide the scuba divers, and they put a blue screen behind it all, and they put a presentation of a globe spinning beneath it and doing all of that stuff. Yeah. Guys have found bubbles coming from the helmets.
Wow.
One guy nearly drowned in 2015. His helmet filled with water. There was a little bit of air left in the captured in the top. And it was announced on the BBC. Astronaut nearly drowned today during a spacewalk. You sure he wasn't in a swimming pool? Because their astronaut suits look exactly the same under pressure underwater as they do in the vacuum of space. Wow. And the vacuum of space is pulling whilst the pressure of water is pushing. And they've never taken a spacesuit and tested it in a vacuum chamber successfully. Never.
Interesting. Nice to meet you, man. We'll catch up again.
All
right, man. Cheers.
appreciate that. Travel costs today alone would be nice to recover or recoup. Now it's $15. So if anyone's got $15 to draw into the coffee pot, I'd appreciate it.
One question. So you're a flat earther, aren't you? As a flat earther, how do you account for that in some parts of the world you will have sunrise, and in other parts of the world the sun is setting?
Okay.
How do you account for that on a flat earth?
Okay. So see that street lamp just over there, that street lamp just here?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say we were able to cut the street lamp off, but still keep the light flowing, right?
Yeah.
And we were to separate ourselves by about 3 miles. When I walk towards you, eventually you would start to see that lamp, but the lamp would be close to the ground.
Okay.
As I walk closer and closer, the lamp would appear to get higher and higher, and then as I walk past you, you'd be like, yeah, the lamp's actually a few feet above my head, but when you were a mile away from me, it looked like you and the lamp were touching the ground.
Okay.
The same is true with an airline. An airline, when it approaches you in the distance, it's cruising at cruising altitude, right? But it seems to be rising and rising and rising until it gets above your head, and then it seems to be descending, yeah? That's all about perspective.
You're using this example, assuming that we believe the Earth is flat.
No, I'm saying the question is how would it work that it's light over there, but dark over here? Well, if
sunrise over here, no problem, it's sunset. Exact same time.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, so if you imagine us being little ants, and I'm using this lamp, then as the lamp starts to approach me, that's my daylight. That's the beginning of my day. And then as it goes ahead, that's midday. And then as it goes over there, now it's starting to set for me. But the ants that are all the way over there say, the sun's rising now for us. But it's just setting for me because the range of the light is limited. It's maybe a few thousand miles, but it can't illuminate the entire Earth at any one time. So in the summertime, then it's closer to the northern countries. So they get long amounts of visibility. At the same time, people that are in the southern part, they're getting very short days and inverted in the winter again. So it's really just that the sun is local, it's small and close, and it's only illuminating half of the Earth. But if I took one lamp around a stadium, football stadium, I'm only lighting up half of the stadium at any one time. And as I move around, it's daytime, nighttime, daytime, nighttime. That's the seasons, similar thing, but the seasons is that in the summertime it's all the way up in Cancer, and in the wintertime it's all the way down in Capricorn. And so the light source is further away. It's like I've taken this lamp and instead of it being straight over your head, I moved it 50 meters that way, and now it's still giving you light, but not as bright as it was.
So in your view, the sun on top of the Earth, like not above the Earth, it's like going in a circle.
Is the theory that it's a circling Earth. I mean, it could be that it's a straight pulse that comes across east to west every day, and the Earth looks more like a wall map. You know, like how a wall map would look on the wall. That's the sun is coming one way. But the simple answer is yes, it's going around once a day, traveling around overhead of us. But it's not a single point. We're not all looking at the same point of light. It's like a wave. And depending on where you happen to be positioned, so you will see the wave either here, above your head, or that way.
So what's beneath this Earth? Is there anything beneath this Earth?
Unknown.
Okay.
You know, we've only dug 8 miles into the Earth.
Yeah.
That's called the super
32
deep.
kilometers. That's 32 kilometers. I don't know if that's the same thing.
8 miles?
I heard 32 kilometers.
Oh, no, not 32 Ks. 8 miles is about 12, 13 Ks.
Oh, okay.
That's as deep. It's called the Kola Super Deep. And on the peninsula in Russia, I forget now, near Ukraine. Anyway, that's Kola Super Deep. They spent years trying to get another 20 centimeters out of it, and they couldn't. They're like, we've given up, the Americans and the Russians. We can't get any deeper. That was in the 90s, and they've given up. So the deepest, the Mariana Trench, you could say that's as deep as we know, but we can't go below that. And we can't go above 100 miles. I believe that this is the containment zone that God created for us, the Goldilocks zone. We're trapped inside of that. There is talk that we can go further south. We can go out beyond the Antarctic ice ring to other lands, that there might be continents hidden beyond that. I don't know, that's conjecture, but I know we can't tell you what's underneath.
Oh, okay. What do you make of those testimonies from astronomers who said, we've been up in space, we've seen the sphere, we've seen space, you're talking nonsense. How do you reply to that?
Those are deceivers.
So they're intentionally lying?
Deceivers, patently. Those few people, not all people involved in the rocket program, but let's say you and I agree to have a secret mission, but we need our friends to arrange everything else for us to do the mission. They don't need to know what our final mission is. They just put us on the vehicle, we drive off, we come back, we tell them we saw what we saw. We saw the Loch Ness Monster. They don't need to know. Their job was to make sure the vehicle was ready for us to go there. Now, scientists will tell you that even today they can't get out of the Van Allen radiation belts, which are 1,000 miles up to 25,000 miles up, and yet in the 1960s...
What convinces you that they did see? What convinces you that those people say they've been up in the space and we saw the spherical Earth? What convinces you that they're deceivers?
Well, because for me, the primary basic lie is that water is bending over the surface. That is unprovable and made up. And so if that's made up, and all of the seas are level between here and America and Australia and Africa is one level sea, that means that everything that the space agencies do is designed as deception. So when you go back and watch the documentary, A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, you'll see how they faked their moon landings. But now, guys who spend a lot of time looking at NASA footage, they will show you where they've made mistakes with the CGI, with the blue screen. Where you can Google satellites in space, find that there's no one photo of a satellite in space. Where I asked, astronauts to say, right, why don't you, given that people claim that they can see an International Space Station, which is the size of a jumbo jet, they can see that at 250 miles, right, which is impossible. But why don't you film with your best cameras, film down on the Earth during London Marathon Day? I'd like to see London Marathon from space, whereas like you can prove that is real-time, real action footage, zoomed right in on the runner, the winner coming over the finish line. I'd love to see that. Then I'd go, damn, they might be right up there. But I've never seen anything that supports that they're really up in space. I see things that are taken from 60,000 feet, high altitude planes with drones and things like that are taking shots from there, and they say, oh, this is up in space. No, I don't believe that we've been any higher than that. So the few hundred that have been to space, apparently, and there's only a few hundred, they could well be, you're keeping a secret. Now, maybe they've got an angle on you to say, we know something about you, so you're going to keep this secret for us. You're going to be famous, you're going to be Tim Peake, people are going to want your autograph, they're going to pay you to come and see them, and blah, blah, blah. But you're going to lie for us, and there's a reason why you're going to lie. Now, either that lies, either that reason is something humanitarian, and if we both heard it, we'd say, okay, I see why they fake space.
What's the agenda? What vested interest do they have in fabricating this whole spherical Earth? What do they actually gain from it? What they get out of it?
There's a number of answers I have for you. Okay, so I've discovered a murder. We can hypothesize about why it was done, but we're not in the mind of the murderer. So we can't be absolutely sure until the murderer comes and says, this is why I did it. Yeah? So the same applies with this. Why exactly are they doing it? Could it be that we live on a plane that has other continents on that we're not allowed to go to? And they want to constrain us on a globe there's nowhere else to go. We can't leave, we can't go into space. None of us can go into space, except NASA. And Elon Musk, if you believe in that. You know? So none of us can go to space. There's nowhere for us to go on a globe. But for me, the big lie is they're hiding God with it. Because even though people believe in religion, the religions of the world are so at odds with each other that we might as well have no God here, because of how we fight with each other over our different beliefs. So if we all knew that this world was created, which a flat earth has to be created, it can't come together by the Big Bang. It has to be intentionally created. It makes us the center of creation. It makes you God's emissary and maybe a universe unto yourself. You may be your own universe, and the sun shines for you uniquely, and it does for you uniquely. So I think it puts us at the center of the earth. the globe makes us insignificant. It makes dinosaurs came before us. All sorts of things that are a detriment to our innate true creation, our essence of the creation. So for me, that's the big lie.
So tell me that people like Elon Musk or like individuals like Mark Zuckerberg, people who are very, very high up, would they know about the flat Earth? Would they know that the Earth is flat?
Elon Musk will know. Hey man, Elon Musk knows that he's not sending up into space.
He left his shoes at home. I popped the wrong side of the bed today.
And you believe and how is he benefiting from like keeping this secret? Like keeping this in the dark?
Elon Musk is not a billionaire. He's a deep state agent. The money that he's given is designed to allow him to be like Iron Man, to be the savior of mankind. So he, as far as I know, he would know that his rockets are not really doing anything other than creating a big firecracker, take off, and they're recovering them back in the ocean like they do with the NASA stuff. That he never put his Tesla car in space, that was fake. He even said that in a news interview afterwards. He said, it looks so fake, it must be real. Those are his words. It looks so fake, it must be real. He also said, if we were faking this, our CGI would be much better. I don't believe any of that stuff. It's all, these are misinfo or disinfo agents designed to give humanity, because in my view, NASA is the biggest religion on earth. There's more people believe in NASA than believe in Christianity. I think that this idea that aliens are coming to take over Earth, or that we need to leave and go to Mars, is one of those distractions to get us to think outside of our world and not believe that this is the center of the universe. Because actually, in your heart, the center of the world emanates from your heart. Your heart is the center of everything. But they've got us looking outside of the earth for the truth, when the truth is from within you, and the truth is inside you, and the truth is here in Earth. We don't need to go to Mars, we don't need to go to Neptune or whatever. These things are just stars or lights in the sky. They're not things that we can visit.
Okay. And do you believe there's any ties between NASA and secret societies, like the Freemasons? Are they in any way connected? Is there any
most of the astronauts that landed on the moon are Freemasons. They've got photos of them with their Freemason rings. So there's huge ties between secret orders and the big occulted stuff to do with what Vatican is, what NASA is, what the governments are. How are you? Yeah.
And what about, you said that you don't, I think you expressed skepticism about dinosaurs. So what do you make about all these fossils, these fossils that have been carbonated millions and millions of years ago, and all these fossils, like if you take it all together, it would seem to indicate millions and millions or billions of years of evolution. What do you make of all that? How do you answer that?
So I don't believe in the billions anymore. I think maybe thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, but not billions. There were giants amongst men, and there were giants amongst the animals. But those giants were not like the lizards of dinosaur law theory. They were men 50 feet tall, and so sometimes these bones have survived. But I also believe in the Noah's flood.
Yeah.
Well, I believe that there are other kinds of floods, that there have been moments where everything in an instant was frozen. And so this is why we sometimes get fossils that have been frozen and then covered with mud, and then we recover them later on. That these things are frozen with food in their mouths where they're busy eating. And so I think that God or this creation can create an event that changes everything in an instant, and things that are moving around now will instantly freeze and will crack. Just like if we froze cryogenically, your body would shatter because it would be brittle. Well, I believe that might have happened on this earth. But yes, thousands of years ago, there were giants amongst men, maybe even hundreds of years ago, because when we look at ancient architecture that still survives today, it seems to me it was built by bigger people than we are.
Well, do you do giant cathedrals? Do you think
giant cathedrals, giant doorways in buildings and stuff like that? The ceiling height of 15 feet, where like little men with horse and cart are not going to overspecify 3 times what the height of the ceiling needs to be. They will only build it as to modest and within their realms, while I believe that there were bigger men, much bigger men and much bigger animals. And they hide that story under the dinosaur deception. I've seen a picture from the 1800s where a local museum in sort of backwater of America, the curator is proudly standing with a bone that was dug up in their area, and it's a femur bone, a human femur bone, taller than the man, just the leg bone, a bit taller than the man. Those things are all hoovered up by the Smithsonian. These Smithsonian and the National Geographic, these are all paid for organizations that are designed to perpetuate and control the narrative and the story about these things. Yeah. And so only in the last 100,000 years possibly, or a million years maybe, all of the stories that we know about of Earth have been played out. But billions of years, and I think God is infinite, so I think that I can't say how long forward or how long backwards things have lasted. But this idea that things are sitting underneath millions of years and not breaking down completely is hard to accept. I think that it's possible that what we see as fossils from the plesiosaurus age or whatever, or the Cretaceous period, these could be just hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of years old.
How did these scientists, how did they get it so drastically wrong? How are they so spectacularly wrong in their dating, where it's like that they dated to like tens of millions of years or billions of years, where it's only like 10 or 100,000 years at most? How do they get it so wrong?
Well, I mean, remember, they get given a machine that says it's going to do carbon dating, and carbon dating is going to decay at this rate over millions of years. Well, none of us can test that because none of us have been around a million years to verify whether that estimate is right. So mathematically, they used to say the sun was 3 million miles away. Then Kepler said it was 27 million miles away. Now it's 93 million miles away. And so these are things that can be altered based on what mechanism you use to measure that thing with. But like we say that fossil fuel is actually an abiotic liquid that Earth creates, like blood. And that never in all of the fossil fuel years have they pulled bones or anything that resembles dinosaurs or anything like that. It's just a pure, like your blood is pure, it's just like a pure liquid that comes out of the Earth. Never-ending supply. So that's probably how we get with that. So I can't think, so that I give all honor to the Creator having created this place, but I do accept that there have been epochs, and epochs have ended a civilization, and then after that a new civilization emerges. So to put it in very simple terms.
What's your website?
Trinity for Man. Yeah, take my flyer.
Okay, I'll check it out. Nice to meet you.
So this was let them know.
Thank you so much.
You can be that curious, but you don't have to be like
Tony Wickham. This guy's been I did it in Switzerland, Germany, not Austria, but I think our Globe Light Tour in 2019 may have gone to Austria.
My friend here, he saw me bust like anything. He looked busted. I want you to be busted on camera. I was asking him a question, which is
but it seems, it's true, but the thing is that people have to start somewhere. And if they've never heard Flat Earth, then this is a good place to start, right?
They left out two people to go there.
Down, do you actually know it's flat? Because there could be a slight curve in there. You know,
I'm good. How are you?
How are you? You all right? You okay?
It's been a while.
Still fighting your corner.
Still fighting the corner.
I respect that. That's all I'm worried about. I'm genuinely worried that this was built by the London County Council, right?
Yeah.
So although you're saying the Earth is flat, it may be slightly curved here if you were doing a spirit level. That's all I'm saying.
On that. And we'll see the water run down here.
Made on what? Made on what?
So,
made on what?
Made on what?
Made on what?
What is the Earth made on?
Yeah, why is it flat? Why is it flat?
Well, the Earth is set on pillars. It's set on rock, but we don't know what's beneath us. The deepest.
You can go around, then come back to the same place.
You can go around London and come to the same place.
You can go around.
Doesn't make it a globe.
Yeah, but can go around the Earth. Not London. London you can go.
We've never actually been under the globe. We've never flown under Antarctica and come out the other side. Never. Not one flight.
No, you can flow and come back.
We can sail around the Earth. We can sail around the Earth, Africa, South America, China, Australia, but and that doesn't make it a ball. The moon, yes. The moon is round, but that doesn't make it a ball. My plate, my frisbee, my table is round, but it doesn't make it a ball. So I see a round disc in the sky, yes.
When you go on the airplane, when you see the Earth is going like this.
Impossible. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, a famous astrophysicist, says the Red Bull jump 150,000 feet, not high enough to see the curve. We're not high enough to see the curve. But when you look,
have you been in an airplane?
Yeah, many times. And when you look down over the Mediterranean Sea on a clear day, you can see ships for 100 miles. And they all look like they're on one level body of water. But when you're on the beach, you think the ship has gone away at 3 miles over the curve. That's perspective. Because as you go in a hot air balloon or the Burj Khalifa or higher, you can see further. And that's all. But it's always over the flat Earth. It's always over a flat Earth. But it's just that in the distance, things get smaller and smaller and smaller as you go away from them. But that doesn't mean they've gone away. So what we do is we wait for the ship to go over the curve, and then we get the most powerful camera, the Nikon 1000. You go there and you can bring that ship back into view. Though if the ship went over the curve, I should not be able to see it anymore, but I can see it. The world record, you go to Guinness Book of Records, the world record photo over water, 250 miles. 1 day of the year, 2 days of the year, the sun sets behind the Finisterre Mountains into the sea. So they can see the silhouette of these mountains from 200 miles away. According to the globe curvature, that should be 3 miles beneath the curve of the Earth. Not possible. Not possible.
What about other planets?
Other planets? Well, what we see when we look with honest eyes is that we see a circle and it's doing this. Well, I've looked at this with the camera myself, and what I see is like a light show doing a flickering. No, they are. So they are. Say the football stadium, right? When you look up the light from the football stadium, you can't be sure what's behind the light. You know that it's a round bulb. It's probably like round behind it, but you don't know. It could be a flat. It could be but you don't know what's behind it. So when we look at the disk of the sun, we can't know what's behind it. So we're taught that it's a ball, and you're just seeing a part of the ball and so on. The same with the moon, a ball, and you're just seeing part of the ball. But actually, it looks like a disc to me now that for 10 years, I've been off the globe idea. And now I see a disc. And that disc, in the case of the moon, is rolling like this slowly through the night. It takes very slowly because it's moving half the speed of the hour hand. But if you watch it very closely, you'll see the crescent moon in Australia looks like this. By the time you get to Middle East, it looks like this. By the time you get to England, it looks like this. And by the time you get to America, it looks like this. While your friends on the same night can take the quarter moon and take different images of different parts of the earth, and for each of them, it'll have done this rotation clockwise. But if they're in the southern hemisphere, they will see that inverted and turning anti-clockwise. I have witnesses for myself. So when we look at the moon and we see that actually a new moon, we cannot see the moon. No scientist, no one in science has ever seen the moon for 24 hours on either side of the new moon. But if it was a rock coming near the sun, even if it's 5 degrees below the sun, like they say, we should be able to pick up that silhouette of this rock traversing in front of the sun, because that's where it is at the time of new moon, is it traversing by the sun. Why can we not see it? We believe that the moon is an ethereal light that God gave us. It's a cold light that scientists who are not in the flat earth will prove that it's giving off a cold light. The sun gives off a hot light, is yellow. The moon gives off a cold light, is blue. You go in the shade of the moon, it's warmer. You can take a digital spirit level and prove this yourself. It's warmer in the shade behind the tree than it is directly in the line of sight of the moon. These things do not make sense. Now we see the moon in the sky with the sun for at least 2 weeks of the month. And most of that time, it's a quarter moon or a half a moon. And we see it for 2 to 3 weeks of the month. But when I was small, they told me that the reason it's a half a moon is because the earth is throwing a shadow onto the moon. Well, that's impossible. If the light of the sun is above the earth and the moon is above the earth, there's no way the shadow of the earth can be affecting the moon at all.
What do you mean?
The moon.
What do you mean by that? Is it not possible?
Well, okay. Let's say we take a plate and a lamp. Okay.
That's some
shine the light on the plate. You will see a reflection on the plate from the lamp. Yes. And now, if I take the moon, the earth, and move it into the way of this object, and move it into the way of the lamp, so that it should cast a shadow onto the plate, the sun has to have set for me. Me standing on here looking at that moon and saying, hey, there's the moon. Unfortunately, we won't see it until later tonight. But there's the moon. I watch it during the day traveling through the sky behind the sun. And I go, okay, there's no way that the earth below it can be throwing any kind of shadow up to it.
So how can we see the sunrise and then sunset if the earth is flat?
Okay. So
where they going?
Okay, it never goes away.
Never goes away.
It never goes away. So here's the thing: if I took a street lamp and held it above my head, yeah,
exactly. If it's above my head, and I'm doing, it's flat, right?
Yeah.
So I'm doing this.
No, not that. Listen to me.
Exactly.
Listen to my example. So I take a street lamp, and hold it above my head, and you and I are standing here together, and I walk away for 1 mile, yes, and the 1 mile is agreed to be level, perfectly level. We can test that.
But depend on the distance, not just the lamp. Because if the distance, as you said, I can see the light there and there. Because you said if I was like high enough, I could have seen everything.
You would see further, not everything, but you would see further.
But is it flat, you can see everything.
Well, remember, our eyes have got limited vision, right? We only can see so far, and the atmosphere is thin air, thin water. It's full of water, the atmosphere. So we can't see thousands of miles. People have used infrared cameras to see much further, hundreds and hundreds of miles, but we cannot see through this atmosphere very far. However, when they light up the stadium at Wembley, yes, football stadium, I can't see that in South London. Even though I might be even higher than Wembley Stadium, I can't see that because the light only has a certain reach. So the example I was giving you is that of the street light. Is that the street light, as I take it further away from you, it's going to get lower and lower. Now, when it's here, it's above your head. But as I take it further and further away, it's going to get lower. Right now in England, there are hot air balloons that are in the air, but we can't see them. because they need to be within about 20 miles of us. Otherwise, it's too far away and therefore too low.
And when you're on a plane and there is the sunset and sunrise,
yes,
how come that you can't see it?
It can still be too far away. I had the example. I've got the example. Let me just give you this example quickly, and you can answer it.
Yeah.
I was in Dubai, and the sun set while I was in the airport. Climbed into the plane. Then the plane put the seatbelt on and all that. Now we're going to take off. Whoa! There's the sun above the clouds again. How is that possible on a globe? It's possible only if my angle is changed, so I can see now further, and that's why I could see the sun. And for me, it appeared to be above the clouds, but for someone in Dubai, he'd say, no, the sun's already set. And then other people, maybe in India, I'd say, the sun is setting, it hasn't set yet, but it's in the clouds, I can see it there. And I go, no, it's above the clouds.
I have last question for you. What about the gravity?
Gravity is density and buoyancy. It's about displacement. You see, if we jump into a swimming pool, you don't weigh the same like in the swimming pool, right?
Yeah, the density. Different density.
The different density. So in this very thin air, we are much more dense than the air we displace. Therefore, we fall to the floor in the same way as a stone would fall to the floor of a swimming pool, because it is more dense than the water it displaces. However, you can take that same weight of stone, hammer it out like a bit of metal, and make it that it's going to displace more water now, like a ship does.
So century of physics has been, like physicists has been lying to us. Basically.
They're not lying. No, they're not lying. But the thing
they
is,
explain us gravity as a gravity, not just different
but
density.
But remember, there's two parts of gravity.
It's been changed by Einstein anyway.
Einstein trained gravity. Einstein trained gravity. But the thing about
for Einstein is different thing. The curvature of
the bending of time and space. Yeah. But the thing is that they're saying that they're saying that we have a downward attractive force based on gravity. I won't argue with that. Well, however, it's that to get to the next step, which is that gravity is going to allow you to walk under a ball and not know it. And that's going to allow rivers to run up the side of a ball and break what physics would say is that it has to run down. So that's where I have an issue with whatever gravity is. Okay, your question.
The satellite photos.
Yes.
When you have satellites in the sky, they show you that the Earth is round. You can see it. Even they see it themselves.
Yeah. Okay.
You can see that the Earth is round.
Okay. So these are not photos that you and I can take, right? These are photos that the government agencies will provide us. Yes. Yes. So Neil deGrasse Tyson is on record saying that.
Why would they say the Earth is not flat?
Why
the government would say the Earth is not flat? What do they gain from it?
The government is a PR department for some other control system.
What do they gain from
control? I'd say control.
Huh?
Control.
What type of control?
Well, I would say that they keep us from traveling further. Maybe there's other continents. There's a lot of people talk about there being more continents.
Nothing is convincing from your...
For me, it's about control and hiding God. I would say that it's...
You want to go back to religion, maybe?
Not religion. Just knowing that this place is
because
flat.
The Bible said the earth is flat.
So a flat earth must be contained. We have a roof over the top.
Some Quran, sometimes Muslim, some people they say the earth is flat. Like, it doesn't mean really flat. It just has just another meaning.
I know in Islam it says, in the Quran it says that the sun and the moon, they travel over the earth.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they do for the flat earth.
But it's got different meaning. It doesn't mean really flat like what do you think?
Well, look, obviously there's mountains, but the sea, nature shows us that if I had to take a balloon and fill it with dirt and water, the dirt would be on the bottom, the water would be above that, and then the gas would be above that.
Yeah.
So we're inside of a globe where the heavy stuff is at the floor, the light stuff is above us, and we are in that perfect place where we're able to move around. We're not going to drown, but we're not going to be in too rarefied air that we can't breathe. So for me, it's about hiding the creator, because the flat earth was created. Ancient cultures, the Mayans, Sumerians, they all said this place was created. Hebrews, yes. I'm not going to try and convince you, my brother.
I know.
I'm just saying that's why.
Yeah, because
I think it matters.
There's more evidence against you than the.
What evidence?
Like the
photos. No. I mean stuff that you and me contest.
Yeah, many things. When you travel on the airplane, you can see the earth round. Horizon. Horizon is
like horizontal.
Yeah.
Things that are horizontal are level.
When in the sea, we cannot see any more flood, so we have to go further than because the earth is going down. So we keep going every time.
So if you're going down, is the ship going to come back up?
not. Down is relative.
Yeah, relative.
Yeah.
Now it's relativity now.
I got a question when you're finished, when you're ready.
Well, we're not. We're probably at a stalemate anyway.
No,
we're
down,
not.
down. Like if there is no Earth, what is down? Down is nothing. It's all relative.
Then how can we say the ship is going down?
There is no.
I didn't say the ship is going down. But the globe says the ship is going down. That's why there's curvature.
Like, for example, the England is the north of Africa, but England is not North Africa when you compare it to the top of what do you call it? Other countries on the top of England, like Iceland and things. So Iceland becomes north of.
We come back as Jack.
Relative to England, Iceland becomes north relative to England. So down is the same thing. What I mean by down.
No, that's not the same thing, brother.
No, it's the same
North
thing.
and south are compass directions that I accept totally. But down,
it depends where you are. Like down Earth,
no, but hear me out. People say that the ship
Australia down.
Down under.
Down under. Like
that's also modern language.
So it's all
we also say sea level.
Huh?
Yeah, we also say sea level. The height of a mountain is given above sea level. Okay. Burj Khalifa is 830 meters above sea level or
It's
something.
all relative. Down means, for example, if you are in the north, down in the
like
south.
in,
If you are the south, down in
like in England, you can go from northern England to southern England. It doesn't
England
make
can
it that
become
you've gone down the side of a ball. I just think that you're going from the north position to the south position. But that doesn't mean because people say to me that we know that we live on a globe because the ship at 3 miles goes away, down over the side of the ball. Now, if it's going over the side of the ball,
that means it's going to go down like
just down the hill.
Down it depends. For example, it depends where you are in the earth.
It's all level.
You understand?
It's all level. What's your question? We're never going to agree.
You don't get it. You don't get it.
I've been 10 years on this. I've been 10 years on this.
Down, you didn't get the down. You don't get the down. You might try to trick me because maybe I don't know if you get the down.
The globe will say, globe scientists will say there's no up and down on the globe.
Yes,
there's
where
no
you
up
are.
and down.
Down, it just depends where you are. Maybe down. For example, we say we keep going down.
Yeah. When I'm in Cape Town, down is that way and up is that way. And that's like, no, that's ridiculous.
When you cross the Atlantic, you go to America, yeah? You keep going on the sea.
Across the pond,
so
they say.
America is down. Yeah?
No.
America is down.
No.
But if,
if it's true.
But if you're in America and you go on the other side, who's going to be down? It's all relative. Down doesn't mean anything.
So, but when they come from America, are they coming up to England?
Like north and south and something.
But are they coming from America? Or are they coming up to England?
If you're coming, for example, from America to here, we say down.
Again?
So down is all relative.
Okay.
So it means nothing.
You're down both.
We're round shape. It means round. Shape is round. That's what it means.
No.
Cool. It means that the shape is round.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate your conversation. Salam alaikum.
So, something else. Yeah. What's your view on the moon map?
The moon map?
You've seen it, right?
Yeah, I think it's interesting.
It's really interesting.
I
don't know what to think about it.
Vibes of Cosmos, is he the guy? Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, before he came out with that, which I think is brilliant, I had started to surmise that the moon could be like an X-ray plate.
Yeah.
Because in quantum physics, you understand, you study how much energy is rising through the earth all of the time. It has to be going somewhere, and I conceived of this like witch's hat, tent like a witch's hat, where all his energy is being funneled into a point.
Yeah.
And that point is then going to return back to us as either a sun point or a moon point.
It's like a reflection, right? Like
a
hologram or something.
Yeah. So if you have a funnel with all of that force being forced up into, say, the dome, if there's a dome like a roof, then that point of energy is going to then reflect back at us down here as something. And so the idea that we're looking at an X-ray plate of the continents is fascinating. But if it's true,
it's mind-blowing.
That means that there's many more continents.
Absolutely.
There's a lot more.
It looks very convincing when he obviously flips it and colorizes it and categorizes it, and then you're seeing all these other places outside the realm. It's crazy stuff, man. Yeah, I only started looking at that this year. I found it and it was very interesting.
Okay, well that's really good. Now, something I ask people when they're thinking about the moon, I mentioned this to you a minute ago, the moon is rotating clockwise at half the speed of our hand.
Yeah.
So we can make that observation and see how the eyes, or the mouth, as I call it, turns like this.
Right.
From in England, from about the midday position all the way to the 6 o'clock position. If you can watch it for a whole month, you'll notice that change. And then when you're in the southern hemisphere, it's turning anti-clockwise rather than clockwise. So these are things that these are observations we make, we can then hypothesize, okay, if this, then could it be that it's this that we're seeing? Or that when we're in the southern plane, we're seeing the projection, but it looks inverted to us because we're on this side of the screen.
Right, could be. And with the eclipses and stuff, and also with the phases of the moon, like you say, is it, the ideas of the black sun?
Yes.
Any ideas about this?
Ketu and Rahu.
I don't know.
Yeah, I favor that idea, actually. A friend of mine who was in the chat room just a little while ago, a guy called JT, he filmed the last solar eclipse. Yeah, he was in America, and he got to film the whole thing.
So it wasn't the moon that covered that? There was no moon?
No, there was nothing that seemed to approach it, and all of a sudden it's like it's getting gobbled up, right?
Yep.
Yeah, by something. So this idea that it's like a dark circle or a dark thing that's there is a really ancient idea.
It is.
Ketu and Rahu. I have this theory about looking down a hose pipe. If you take a length of hose pipe, 1 meter long, say, and you get the full sunlight in it, and then start to flex that hose pipe, you can actually occlude. This is the way the same as the moon does. You can actually cut off part of that and create a crescent moon.
Right.
But it may be the case that this is what happens to the vortex or the torus that is giving us the sun, is that it goes over its own butthole and immediately becomes, because there'll be with everything in nature, there seems to be a light and a dark side.
Right.
So the sun would have its opposite side, which I believe would be like a black hole or a vortex or a negative point. And so maybe these cross over each other every 6 months.
Maybe.
And this is what creates, at different places on Earth, it creates the blackout. But it could be the Ketu and Rahu thing. But they, as I said, because I believe in the Tauruses, a Taurus has a positive side and a negative side. An apple has the stem side and the butt side. And so I think one is going to have the light side and one is going to be the dark. So that's my theory on that.
And about space, like the way that like NASA presents space is fake, right?
Yes. I think that the Bible still talks about separating waters from waters.
From the waters.
And so when I look up there and I think, is that possibly waters that we're looking into?
The stars look like they're shimmering, don't they?
And sonoluminescence, the star in a jar experiment where they fire frequency into liquid to get it to form a star. Well, I believe this is what we're seeing, is we're seeing resonance or frequencies in that. And as they move through the waters above, so that energy comes through as a point of light that we call a star.
It's fascinating stuff, isn't it?
So
just the amateur footage of like the P900 or whatever of the stars and just all the different patterns and colours and the way they tessellate. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and they're unique. Each star is doing its own pattern, its own colour scheme. They're not one size fits all.
It's not
reflecting sun
hydrogen ball
coming through atmosphere. No. None of that stuff. By the way, I believed everything that you believe in terms of cosmology. I believed it all. 47 years old. I studied as much as I could about science. I watched every documentary I could get my hands on. I believed in all of the science stuff. I believed we went to space. I believed the shuttle.
The moon landing.
All of that. I believed the moon landings. I believe that.
Yeah.
So I had to have an experience that caused me to be willing to look again and say, okay, I no longer trust the authorities that have been put in front of me.
What triggered you to not trust it, if you remember?
My mother died in 2011 of an awful disease, like in a very short space of time, and that was for me like a big wake-up call. I was 44 at the time, and I started to look at my past.
Right.
And then I wrote a story about being in a war when I was a kid in 1987. And then a guy comes to me and says, your battles that you fought, tank battles, they were being staged by the Americans and the Russians. They were arranging where you would be. Now, I didn't believe that. But during that time, I was going on book launches, and this guy says to me, he's a Kurdish barber, and I'm paying for haircuts. And this Kurdish barber, I say, what is it with you and ISIS? You guys and ISIS and Al-Qaeda and all that. And he said, ISIS? He said, that's the Americans. I was so pissed off with him. I didn't go back to him as a barber for 6 months because I was like, how dare he say that? Because I didn't know these things. So then I started finding 9/11 and things like that.
9/11, yes.
And then 2015 comes along and I got introduced to dimethyltryptamine, DMT.
Oh, DMT.
And that was the biggest wake-up call in my life.
Why?
Because I had a near-death experience through it, and I saw that we are connected to everything, and that we have a higher self that is eternal, that is connected to God, and that nothing in the earth or on the earth is material. It's all light, it's all frequency, it's all vibration. That's what I saw, and the information that I was given during my 7-minute government.
Sorry, excuse me 1 second.
They believe string, string theory.
String theory,
theory?
that everything is connected.
String theory, they said everything is vibration.
Yeah, right.
It's a new physics to
Alex, where's
quantum
Holland
physics.
Huh?
They say
Holland
everything. We go and find about it. String theory is a physics.
Yes,
It's a
I
math
studied a
physics,
bit of
math.
string theory, yes, and quantum.
They quantum is related to quantum a little bit. They say everything from because the fundamental particles are electrons and quark. You heard of them?
Yes.
Quark electrons. They say they're all made from string, which are
This vibrating strings.
Yeah, vibrating strings. So this is the new physics.
Right.
The new physics, yeah.
That's what I saw.
The new theory. You can look at it tonight.
Yeah, no, I've studied a bit of quantum and string.
No, this is
I
new
listened to lectures on
string
this.
theory is different. I mean, similar, but
So after this, after what I saw in 2015,
they would say they would live in a parallel universe and all this stuff.
okay.
But it's all theory, it's all math. Anyway,
well, so I saw this
about
in
your
2015.
your
The DMT.
Yeah.
So I see everything is vibration, and so at that point, I'd
I don't know how to
seen
get there, but
I'd seen Holland Park.
Oh, bro, I'm already on the same page, bro. It's flat.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Have you?
You believe the Earth is flat?
Absolutely.
Yeah, friend,
It's not really a belief though. It's more something you can see.
I have a friend who believes Earth is flat. He's my friend, very close friend.
Why don't you otherwise?
Huh? Well, look, I've been brainwashed, but then I found out myself because even I'm Muslim and I've never practiced Islam, but I start practicing at the end after when I grow up. So it's the same thing. I have changed a lot. I used to believe what they say. Then I found myself the earth is not flat. Even they brainwashed me that the earth is flat. But then, like, look, I give you an example. What do you call it? Analogy or analogy in English?
Analogy, yeah.
Analogy, yeah. I'm Muslim. I've never practiced Islam in my life until I came to this country. Yeah, I start praying and stuff. So, Moroccan government, they don't want you to pray. They don't want you to be Muslim, practice Muslim.
Right.
Because they are that's not secular. They're just criminal.
Yeah.
Not secular. They're criminal. They just want you. They want dictators. You know,
Yeah, I
dictators
understand.
Criminal and all the Arab dictators are like this.
Yeah.
They don't practice. They don't pray. Nothing Arab neither. They're just criminal. You know, Mujrimin. They just put people in prison if you oppose them. Blah blah blah. They don't want you to practice Islam. They don't want to be. Because Islam will teach you to be honest, to do this, to do this, not to lie, not to. Like the Bible, same thing. To be strict like this. Forget about jihad and stuff. This is a different thing. This is like CIA producing ISIS and same thing. Forget about it. Don't worry about that. Just practice normal Islam. We pray. Don't lie. Don't cheat. Don't. Normal, like the Bible.
Good stuff.
You say don't do this. So the government of Morocco, they don't want you to be practicing Muslim. They say we're Muslim, that's it. I go and whatever you like. So I've been like this since I was born. I mean, until I came to this country in 1986. And then after 10 years in this country, I started practicing Islam by myself. Just searching and freedom of, because anyway, same thing for the physics. They teach you that the earth is round. But I study physics.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I study physics. I study Newtonian classical physics and a little bit of quantum physics and all this stuff. And I keep searching. Up to now, I'm not convinced that the Earth is flat.
Okay, so there's a great physics experiment that I want to refer you to. It was done in 2008, and it has been done by others since then. It's called the Primer Field experiments.
Can you find it online?
Primer Field, yes. It's called Primer Field by a guy called David Lapointe.
Do you have a pen?
I don't have a pen, but David Lapointe.
What do you call it?
Primer Field. Primer. Primer Field. What he does is he takes a big glass container and he suspends two oppositely charged magnets inside of that, ball magnets, and he fires 80,000 volts into that, and he creates like a quasar inside of this, and inside of that quasar at the center between the two magnetic poles is like an accretion disk, like forms. And then actually in an anagram for creation. And I believe that this is shows us how all things, all matter, he says this, and he's not a flat earther, he says all matter, if science understood this, that all matter is pulled together through electromagnetism and in this way. I'll type it for you or whatever, but it's called, go to YouTube.
Yeah, I typed online and you go to YouTube.
David Lapointe, L-A-P-O-I-N, Primer Field, P-R-I-M-E-R. F-I-E.
Field, the field.
Field, F-I-E-L-D-S.
Field,
Yeah. Primer Field. Yeah. Primer Fields. And This is it. He's got a few hours of his work. Okay. I think. This is it. The Primer Fields Part 1.
There you got some.
Let me tell you that for me, because I went and studied quantum physics when only I was just listening to professors.
Only a little bit. I watched a lot of YouTube.
But this was like, wow, this can show you how every cell in your body, but the macro cell, which is the Earth, is built on the same electromagnetic principles. Everything. And I would be listening to these professors talking in quantum physics and going, wow, if you could see the world through my eyes as a flat earth, you would make your science make so much more sense. So that is my primer to start with. I really appreciate that you're staying, because scientists are really defensive of their knowledge. So I appreciate.
I'd like to be. It's like religion, simple. I talk to anybody anything. It's like this. Please. Try to convince me if you can. If you convince me, I will go and search.
Yeah, you got to convince yourself.
Really, this guy, because he cannot win the debate. Sometimes you lose the debate, but it doesn't mean that the guy is right when you lose the debate. You have to go and search again, see if the guy is right or not. Like the flat earth.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Is there any other?
Well, just one thing is like, if you look at, one of the things that might help this guy if he wants to look into this is looking into the space program, man. If you look into NASA and you see the way that NASA is, and not just NASA, but all the space agencies are faking things in space, very easy to see. In the space station, they're on wires. You can see them pull the wire down.
Yeah.
Right? When I saw that, I was like, oh.
You mean the satellite?
I mean on the space station. They say they have a space station, and sometimes you see bubbles. You can't have bubbles in space. They have a big swimming pool in the USA where they have a space station in the water. They use it for training. All you need to do is put a green screen, and now you put space. When I saw that, when I saw the wires, I was like, oh fuck, it's flat. And I fuck, it's fuck.
Maybe it's a Photoshop.
Yeah, I mean, it's
for you. They trick you. They put some wire behind.
Why would they? Well, this is the point.
That would be another conspiracy.
No, this is live from NASA. This is live footage from NASA.
You're talking about the live satellites from YouTube. The live what they show.
There's a lot of evidence, my friend. There's a lot.
Yeah, once you've seen like 100 different points of evidence, then you're not willing to make excuses for the deceivers anymore. Which is what I used to believe in the moon landings. I did, but now
if the Earth is flat, what's underneath the Earth?
We don't know. And it's the same as saying, like, you're a fish in a fish tank, right? You don't need to know what's beneath the fish tank.
If you reach the Earth, have you ever reached the end?
So there's a guy, a very famous American naval guy called Admiral Richard E. Byrd.
Oh yeah.
And you can research his stuff. He was given a fleet of ships and 15 years to explore North Pole, South Pole, Antarctica.
Military ships, aircraft carriers, submarines.
Yeah. And,
why?
Yeah. And he spends all his time trying to, and according to his diaries, he would take fuel on his plane for 100 miles, drop more fuel, fly another 100 miles, drop more fuel, fly another 100 miles, drop more fuel. And he flew more than 1,000, maybe 1,500 miles from the coast of Antarctica inland. And he's on TV in 1957 saying, I found land that no man has ever seen, bigger than America, and that has got resources that will last a lifetime. The next year they signed.
Where the north, south, where?
Well, we think that Antarctica might be a much bigger landmass, and it goes all the way around the outside. It contains the Earth.
This is the North Antarctica.
Okay, let me.
What about the other edges?
Okay. Well, let me think about it. No, we'll think about it raw like this. Take an orange in your mind. Take an orange fruit and cut it through the equator.
Yeah.
And open it up. and look down inside. Now the peel is the Antarctic ice ring. We can't get outside the peel. We're inside the peel. In fact, where the seeds are, those are our continents. And where all the fruit is, that's the water. The heavy water is called ocean, and the light water is called atmosphere. That's it. And all of that fits with the quantum stuff that I studied. I got no issue in quantum showing that how these spheres can be created, but you've got a density ratio. Things that are heavy are going to be on the floor. Things that are light are going to be above. We've only ever drilled 8 miles into the floor. That's as far as we can go. The super deep in Russia. And as far as I can tell, maybe 100 miles at the most. Maybe it's only 60 miles, but that's as high as we can really get. Our rockets, when they leave Cape Canaveral, they
like
do
this.
and you can see them then they're actually going off into the Bermuda Triangle, where they drop them in the Bermuda Triangle, and they either bury them in the sea or they collect them back up and reuse them.
So they never went to the moon?
Never went to the moon.
Nope, you can't go there.
And there were scientists, good scientists of the day. If you see, you can find this footage. Scientists saying they won't land on the moon because the moon is a light. It's plasma. We can't land on moon. Moon is a rock. Nature shows us, anything in physics says that rocks don't float. Rocks, if you throw it up, will come back down. It's gravity and density in my world, but it's going to come back down. So gas giants do not coalesce under their own weight in physics. In theory, up in space where we can't go and test it for ourselves, we believe that Neptune or Saturn or whatever is a gas giant. But actually we can't prove this to be real. What we can see is that it looks like a light in the sky, and that's what we're saying they are. Let's try and understand that better, but we don't know exactly what they are. The idea that they're rocks and balls of gas is not supported by physics, basic physics.
I can't find it, but there's loads and loads of videos of the compilation of things from NASA.
Once we start watching this video, I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of videos.
Yeah.
And you've got my YouTube on there. That's my YouTube.
Okay.
Did I give you a flyer?
Yeah, I got one.
Yeah, so that's my YouTube. And then there's an app that's got some really good evidences on it. I hope I see you again, because I'd love to catch up with you on your journey. You definitely got the open mind to test it yourself.
No problem, my friend.
To test it yourself. You don't have to believe anything I say.
Test
it yourself. Yeah.
I take it easy with everything.
Yeah.
Good luck. Thank you.
Salam alaikum.
Take care, brother.
Did you say that you were in a war?
Yeah.
With the South African Bush War?
Not quite yes and no. I was, but that Bush War was sort of a more territorial, like against the SWAPO, the Southwest African People's Organization, whereas what I got involved in was more mechanized war.
Okay.
So tank battles.
Yeah, but was it not this? Well, what conflict
Yeah,
was it?
I suppose it would be called the Bush War. Yeah.
I don't know much about. I mean, I've only read Wikipedia on it.
Not many people know the term Bush War, but
yeah,
South Africa was engaged in Angola,
with Angola,
for about 20 years.
It's like a super serious war, like nobody knows about. And Cuba sent like 550,000 men there.
Yeah.
What the fuck? No, nobody knows about it.
Yeah.
Major war.
I wrote a book about it.
Yeah. Well, could you tell me anything about the war? Like, what you saying? Was it set up? Was it just a fake proxy between the West and
the
East,
battles themselves were real.
Right.
But one thing happened to me on the 3rd of October is I was a troop commander, and I was on the front line. My squadron was on the front line all day, and we destroyed a brigade.
Right.
Called 47th Brigade. Matter of historical fact.
Okay.
The next day, that night, and the next day, we were ready to push on because there were 3 other brigades around this river that we've been fighting with over the last 6 weeks.
Okay.
So we're like, okay, let's push on. We've heard all the reports. They're in disarray. They're running back. Blah blah blah. We want to push on. We were made to sit on our asses for 5 days.
Yeah.
And we were thinking like, what?
Let them recover, right?
Yeah, let them recover. And when we did start to chase them, we started getting ourselves into tank ambushes. We never had the success that we'd had at that point.
I see.
And we end up chasing them to a town called Quito Carnival. And the siege of Quito Carnival became, according to Nelson Mandela, the death of apartheid.
Right.
So it becomes historically significant. But for me, it never made any sense how we've not been, just romped all over them because,
You're saying you were deliberately held back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's same things about in many wars. Vietnam, I heard things like that.
Right.
And Korea, especially Korea. But what tank were you using? Was it the Oliphant?
Oliphant tank. Well, I was in the Armored Corps, but I wasn't in an Oliphant tank myself. I was in something called a Ratel. It was a 20-ton
Is that
food
is that
carrier.
with wheels?
6 wheels. And it had a 90mm cannon
Right,
on
it's
the
like a
turret.
tank hunter type of thing.
So a tank hunter, very mobile, very
Yeah.
agile, because in the deep sand of Angola, the tanks would struggle.
All right.
In fact, up until that point, on the 3rd of October, no tanks were in theatre.
Okay.
Only in November did the tanks join us, at the end of October, early November. So
Right.
I did go into battle alongside of the tanks,
Cool.
but I remember that when we were bush hunting, when we were hunting, the Rifles would go up front and cut the way for the tanks,
Yeah.
because I mean, they could push over bigger trees than we could,
Yeah.
but we could create the ruts in the sand that they could then run through.
Okay.
So yeah, Olifant tank, but you know your stuff.
Yeah, no, I know a
Impressed,
little
I'm
bit.
impressed.
No, I'm very interested in these unknown wars, or at least to the
Yeah,
masses, the
yeah,
unknown.
yeah.
And I'd love to hear any.
So what happens to me is I'm at a book event here in London, and a guy comes to me and says, I was in the intel, I want you to know that your battles were being orchestrated by the Americans and the Russians,
Right.
who would be meeting the South Africans and Angolans in a hotel room in Luanda, the
Right.
capital, and they'd say, yeah, we want them to have a battle here
Yeah.
or there. And so after what happened to me on
Why?
the 3rd, because it's more about the theatre of war. It's more about that's called the theatre of war. It's called the theatre of war. For the reason that they want a war to happen, they want people to get into trouble
Yeah.
and die,
Yeah.
and for there to be a loss of material.
Right, so they can profit off it, or
They
what?
can profit off it and
Right.
justify it and sell it to the people. We already are in a war with the South Africans or the Angolans
Yeah.
or the Cubans or the Russians or the Cubans.
Right.
Communists.
Was the entire war, in your view, orchestrated, like deliberately set off in order just to cause war?
I think that the yin and the yang, the opposites, the two opposites, yes, are created such that, for example, if your country goes to war with my country and you've got no armaments, you're going to have to buy armaments from the guy who's got armaments, in this
Yeah.
case Russia.
Right.
So what you do is you say, well, you've got nothing to sell me but your oil, in the case of Angola. 10% of the world oil comes out of Angola or
Yeah.
something. So they had something really valuable to trade.
To trade, yeah. That's right. Also, what kind of mechanized forces were you up against? Was it the T-55s?
Yes.
I saw his chalk before I saw him.
Anything?
All
Anything?
right.
All right, man.
Anything?
All right,
Anything more modern than that?
The SAM one. Hey, the SA-1 anti-aircraft missile system was apparently state of the art. The Americans said that if you can get us just the handbook, we'll give you $1 million.
Yeah, right.
And if you catch one of these, the loader, the firing unit, and the controller, the Americans will pay for the war, basically.
Cool.
And on
Oh,
one day
wow.
we captured 3 of them.
Yeah.
The Browning machine guns we were using were 1947-48 stamp. No, South African. So
Old school.
They
Yeah.
were using 1985 stamps in 1987. So
Right.
those were
And they
brand new.
believed you half the time.
Interesting. Yeah, like
They
I
had
said,
the BDRMs, the BDSM,
Yeah, yeah.
these things they had.
and BMPs.
BMPs.
Yeah.
They had pretty modern stuff. They weren't as old as the
How well organized were the Angolans, or were you fighting Cubans or what?
Mostly Angolans. The Cuban pilots were flying the planes. A lot of the pilots were Cuban. But a lot of the fighters on the ground were just Angolan boys, and they
Okay.
weren't as well organized as we were.
No.
But the commander in the field was Russian. The senior general was Russian.
Okay.
And he lost his job after the 3rd of October defeat of the 47th Brigade.
Right. I see. A different question, if you don't mind. What? Because you're from South Africa, right?
Yeah.
What's your view on Mandela?
I used to think. Okay, so I was born in England but raised in South Africa,
Okay.
so I kind of had that, apartheid indoctrination, and so Mandela is like a bad guy, a former terrorist, blah blah blah, and then there's the kind of revolution of Mandela in the 90s, early 90s, that he's like this great peacekeeper and so on. So I was kind of excited when he came out of prison. I had goosebumps. I was feeling really good about that.
Okay.
And then even like that he didn't change the lot for the average black South African. I still was quite supportive of Mandela. In fact, when he drove down the Mall here with the Queen, I went out and saw him and waved, blah, blah, blah.
I see.
But once I found all of this stuff out, I realized that, well, he's also a part of the secret societies. He's a club in Malta.
I'm glad you said that because I was dying to say it.
Well,
I didn't know if you knew about it, but you know about it.
Yeah. So Mandela. So that he is actually probably a staged actor. That the real Mandela may not have even survived the prison time.
Right.
If he was ever in prison.
Did they look significantly
they
different?
They do look different to me.
I haven't seen
the
this.
young Mandela and this old guy do not look the same man to me.
Okay.
He may have
Fair
been.
enough. It's Knights of Malta, wasn't it?
Yeah, Knights of Malta.
Yeah, I seen him with his robe
Knights
and what.
Yeah,
I
him
couldn't
and
believe that, man.
the big preacher guy there,
Yep.
what was his name? Bishop Desmond Tutu. Yeah, all of that.
Maybe
the real Mandela dies.
Talking about the Mandela effect.
Yeah, I know a lot about the Mandela. Quite a lot about the Mandela effect.
That's an interesting one as well. The Mandela effect. Yeah.
And what's the story with Mandela is that people in like Poland will say we were told he died in 1987 or something like that. Yeah. But then of course that story was squashed and it was never appeared in the main, in other medias, and it was never spoken about again. But all of a sudden in the late 80s we get presented with this new guy, Nelson Mandela. He's been in prison 25 years, no one's seen him. Here's this new guy.
Do you think they replaced Biden with a robot?
I think, well, I don't know about a robot, but certainly there's doubles.
It was definitely something different.
There's definitely a few Bidens. Actually.
Some people say there's masks for sure.
Five.
You seen the mask line?
There was definitely a different Biden.
100%.
And I think the Earth is flat as well.
Shake my hand. Nice one. Well done. Cheers.
He knows.
He knows.
Yeah, it's good. Aye, man. Yeah, South African War. Yeah, the Bush War.
So Mandela is unfortunately a sellout who has maintained the hegemony of the controlling elite, whether it's European or otherwise, for the banking system, for the mining system, for the land holding system. All of these things were maintained.
It's just status quo.
Status quo, although they allowed for the rising of a black middle class. So there is, those functionaries who serve the system, whether it be selling insurance or government, they are doing quite well for themselves in the new South Africa. And they have servants that they don't pay very much money to as well, like the white people did once upon a time.
Right, I see.
And some still do.
Interesting. How long were you in the war for?
3 months.
3 months.
2 years national service. 1 year on the border of Namibia and Angola, and 3 months of that in active combat.
What was it like?
It was like, I guess it's like nothing you can really experience. Like there's lots of downtime.
Yep.
So there's times when you're traveling for all night or whatever, and you don't do anything for days. And then there's times when every time you stop your vehicle, you have to dig a foxhole.
Yeah.
Because, they've got the air over us, so we could be bombed at any time. And on the 8th of October, I was directly bombed by 2 MiGs, and I watched the 500-kilogram bombs come at me. And that's 5 days after this big battle, when we were finally told to move. On the 5th day, we get hit. We're in deep forest.
Yeah.
There's no way they can see us. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. And the planes on their first flight are at treetop heights, straight overhead. They fly around and come and bomb us. And so I believe now, I didn't at the time, but that our position was given away.
Right.
And that we were like an omerta, like you guys stepped over the line on the 3rd of October. You weren't meant to destroy our unit. It was meant to be like they did in previous years, is they meet, they have a battle, a few dead, a few vehicles left behind, and then everyone goes home for tea.
Right.
That's not what we did on the 3rd of October.
Okay.
We rolled right over them and destroyed them as militarily. And it was a huge embarrassment for the Russians and the Cubans. And so I think that back in Rwanda, the guy said, look, we're going to need something for the other side. You guys were not meant to. If you've ever had any dealings or any sort of inkling of what happens in like the mob, it's like if I go into your neighborhood and I cause harm beyond what would be
is acceptable,
there's going to be it's going to come back on you because the heads of the mobs, your mob and mine, have gone, listen, you overstepped the mark, there's a price to be paid.
Yeah, right.
You're going to have to take some hurt, we're going to break a knee, and then you can carry on. That's the price. And I think that's what happened with South Africa, is that we were told, listen, you guys destroyed us in a way we were meant to. It's embarrassed Fidel Castro, he needs some blood.
Well, it's like the war was a theater, like you're saying.
It's a theater of war.
Yeah.
I believe that. And of course I lived through it, and I think that wars occur, people die in trenches.
Yeah.
But the occurrence of that, the occurrence of D-Day on that day, or the occurrence of the allowing of of D-Day to occur could have even been like the Germans will leave a gap for you.
Right.
That's been arranged. Now, none of the generals need to know that. Just one guy going, okay, we'll put you there, and forget to put you over there.
Yeah.
You'll be over there. So now I've done the thing of giving the gap that allows the invasion or the counter-invasion to begin and to start. And that there was always this intention of, you'll take something, we'll destroy a lot of material, it'll cost a lot of money, people will pay income tax for decades to come based on this war.
Yeah, right.
But we will go back to business as usual after we've had that squabble.
Yeah, it's messed up.
And that's how the world is run.
I believe so.
As a flat earther, you've got to know.
I know.
The Chinese, the Russians.
I just want to get your perspective.
They're all in the same club.
Oh no, 100%. I've seen the handshakes.
Yeah.
I know. I just want to hear your perspective because you were on the ground. What was the name of the vehicle you had? Rattle.
Yeah.
R-A-T-L. The only one that comes to mind. I can't do I can't do your South African words or whatever. But there's one. Is there not one called a rookie cat or something?
Roycat.
Yeah. What's that?
Roycat. That was more like used in the township situations where you were against light fire. The Roycat had like an anti-mine hull, and it was great for carrying a lot of troops. But it was never good as like an anti-tank vehicle.
Right.
And it didn't have the same armament, and it couldn't carry the turret that we carried.
Makes sense.
But Roycat, unless the Roycat was the thing, I'm thinking of something else. And the Roycat is the thing that came after it.
This is what you have.
Oh yeah, no, that's the Roycat.
Yeah.
I'm talking about something else, a Rinkos. Sorry, I'm confused. So that's the Roycat that comes after, just a year or two. In fact, they started training or practicing with them about the year I left. So that was the upgrade to the Rattle, because that looks like a Rattle there. Yeah, that's a Rattle.
Cool, man.
That's a Rattle 20 mil. That's got, or is that a 50? That's a 50 possibly.
I don't know what it is.
20 mil.
Yeah.
So it's a .50. But the Rattle 90 is.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh no, that's the G-50 155.
Oh, I don't know.
I think that's the howitzer of that. I had to guard them for a week, actually, while I was in Angola.
Cool, man. Yeah.
So my book is called Battle on the Lomba.
On the what?
The River Lomba.
Lomba.
So, Lomba. Battle on the Lomba. Lomba.
Cool. I'll check it out.
That's that's my story of the 2 years and particularly those battles in that period.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. It's unusual to encounter people in these wars, especially there.
Yeah, and I know, and I know all of that stuff, and I know that the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
And I know that the wars are created to keep us low.
Well, yeah, and also to kill a bunch of people.
I think most of the wars are not against an enemy, like as in another country. I think they are directly aimed at the civilians.
Yeah.
They're to keep them
A
under
genocide.
the wraps. I think across the world, whenever you have the masses waking up to like some, they're getting switched on, a war is imposed on them.
Yes.
And they cleanse the top 10%.
Another way of looking at it.
Trauma for that.
Yeah. For example, the World War I and II, you could say they were the greatest blood sacrifices in history that we know of.
Yeah.
And immediately after those two things, major stuff happened. Important stuff that still affects the world very much today. Yeah. And I don't think it would have happened
because the
without all
moment
those
you spill blood and it becomes like a war, no one's going to argue. Everybody's going to get scared and go into the bunkers, and they can do whatever the fuck they like.
There would be at least 200 million more Europeans today were it not for those wars, because the great-grandchildren that never got born and that never got produced.
And a lot of places, very historical places, were completely obliterated. I'm sure you've seen stuff about that.
Yeah.
Some very interesting architecture.
Dresden.
Wiped out. Yeah.
A lot and I sometimes wonder whether some of the air raids weren't actually. They're saying, "Oh, we're being bombed from above," but sometimes sending off explosives below to get rid of old world buildings that were inconvenient truths.
That's what I'm alluding to. Yes, old world buildings.
I think a lot of that is going to happen again. There's going to be a lot of
Oh yeah.
I think the French, yellow vest protesters was the perfect case in point where people were really standing up to the state, and then suddenly, bang, they brought in COVID and they slammed the lockdowns and they tried to really get control.
We felt that in Flat Earth, actually. I felt that contraction because we were doing a lot of street activism. We had a European tour in 2019.
Well, I have another question for you, just before I forget. It's not so much a question, but kind of an idea to progress. Let's say the perimeter of this area. Do you think it's all ice, or do you think there's any gaps in it? Or
I think there's possibly gaps. I don't even know that it's necessarily, when we think about an ice ring, we think about this perfect circle.
Yeah.
But when I cut like a peach through say from top to bottom and let it fall open, I don't get a perfect circle. I get a thing that sort of comes in like this at the top and sort of goes narrower, oblate in a way at the bottom. So is it like that, that it's that, but are there entryways and exit ways?
Because what I want to say is, I imagine you speak to a lot of people of these guys, and I don't know any of them, but I'm sure that, because some people have been sending up amateur balloons, amateur rockets, just to try and look and see what's going on. There must be people thinking about making some sort of semi-autonomous, solar-powered small blimp with a fucking camera on that shit and send that out over the ice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a great idea.
Is there anybody who can, because you can't get, of course it will. People try to go on boats to get turned around. People try to go on planes to get turned around. But you might be able to get as close as you can, like somewhere, I don't know where the best place would be, and send it up. Build it and send it up.
It needs to be very well developed because they would have to travel for a long
while. I know, but if you make a helium balloon, this is what NASA uses. They're helium satellites, bro. They're not satellites. And you make it as self-sufficient as possible. Battery power is really good. We have decent solar panels. You could hopefully you would have a signal to send back.
Yeah.
That would be it. You would see it.
I think even if there was someone doing that, they probably not only shut it down, they probably got them and took care of them too.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of things that would get in the way of that, but it's a good idea, But obviously, I think you would not be able to get. I don't think we can get signals over like that over a vast range if you don't have receivers to kind of get the signal. So if it doesn't come back to you,
and then you don't
then
know,
you don't necessarily know. Hey, so.
So difficult.
I think they have been trying in so many different ways to explore beyond that. But you must have come across like the Admiral Byrd story that his son released his diary, and in it he talked about reaching a civilization.
Yeah, but I'm not sure of the veracity.
That could be.
I just mean things that we can try and do ourselves now to try and see what is the actual boundary of the realm.
So I'm gonna offer you another way of thinking about it. What's your name?
William.
I'm Dave. Nice to meet you, Will.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Can I call you Will?
Yeah, sure.
So another way of thinking about this is that if we take that same fruit that I've cut, say, from top to bottom and opened it up, let's say it's an apple, and the seeds are the core.
Yeah.
The seeds are the continents. At the microscopic level, or the macroscopic, those seeds are the continents, and that skin is like the ice wall. And possibly we can't get out of it.
Oh, you mean even if I tried, it would be completely sealed?
So that and there's a story or there's a theory that goes that the further out you get, the lower the ceiling gets.
Yeah.
A little bit like the Millennium Dome.
No, I understand.
So eventually you get to a point where the dome and the floor meet.
This is assuming there's no extra continents, though. You know what I mean? Like the moon map.
Yeah.
If the moon map is true, it's much bigger.
Yeah. No, but is it possible though that I'm open to the idea of there being more continents and being accessible to those continents, but I'm also open to the idea that there might be other land masses that are in their own bubble.
Yes, possible. Yeah.
So like there's many grapes on the vine, on a bunch. So imagine we're one grape on a bunch of grapes. That the possibility is that they are sort of autonomous biospheres in themselves.
No, that's a theory.
Just a theory.
It's just very exciting if you could try and get past that area of ice, and assuming it might open up to another warm area with more continents.
So
just
amazing.
Incredible idea.
Yeah,
Incredible.
That would be incredible. But I do wonder whether like mankind is in fit state to take on such things with honor.
And I got you. But in our current position right now, we can't. The powers that be are stopping us with violent force from even getting near it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of assuming two things that would mean. One, it would show us a hard barrier.
Yes.
We're definitely not on a fucking ball. We came from monkeys, whatever. No. Or it's that they're actually stopping you from being able to go somewhere else.
There's something to see.
There's something there. Yeah. There's another place, another people. Who knows? Maybe they're over there too. We don't know. You see, when the whole COVID stuff happened, you must have seen like Schwab and a bunch of presidents and Marina Abramovich, the fucking witch, went to Antarctica to do an art thing in the sand or something. You seen that?
Yeah,
they did some art nonsense. Why would they all go to Antarctica? They're all smiling. It's all over the news. Why do we care?
It's a cover.
It's something, bro.
Yeah.
It's crazy world.
Totally. No, I totally get that. And let's say, like, if someone said, "Hey, I've got a boat and I've got a way to get there, and we can actually get past the naval things, which I think they have like sonar in the sea.
Yeah.
They'll pick up any noise, right?
They do for submarines,
so the submarines or whatever, and they'll send a boat to you within an hour or two. And they'll catch up to you, no problem. And so the physical actual of doing that at this point in time isn't possible. But I tell you what is possible is that there's this conception I have of the Earth in which the core of the core, the very center of everything, is going to be on the equator. You see, because if you take a central sun at equinox and say you've got a sun going right over the equator, that means that's the middle of the known system.
Right.
Beyond that, it seems to get colder and colder and colder.
Yeah.
Now, of course, I also consider the possibility of an endless plane in which the sun travels for an eternity, and once every day a sun pulse comes through the system.
Yeah.
That, I consider that as a possibility. So I do wonder whether, whether the center there's a secret in the center that they're getting us all.
Do you mean the center of the Earth, or do you mean the line of the equator? Because we can go to the line of the equator.
Yes.
I live pretty close to it now. I'm in Saudi Arabia. I'm just here on holiday.
Awesome. Well, actually, I think that they've also done a lot to destroy the whole equatorial areas of the Earth. But I have this concept of everything coming to a center, and that center being at the equator.
Maybe.
So, equator is broken down it can be broken into two words. Well, equator, equal torus. And I believe that there's two torus systems that are turning against each other, one clockwise, the other one anti-clockwise, that are at the equator. And that might be the center of everything. The center of view is the heart.
Right.
The heart is an anagram for Earth. And the equator, or the center of view, would be the Christian cross. It would be like this. That would be the center of view.
Yeah.
And so if you're going back to love, if you're going back to your true essence, then you're going back to your heart. You're going back to the center of you.
Right.
You're not too left-wing, you're not too right-wing, you're not too much up in your head, and you're not too much down in your trousers. You are balanced and neutral at the center. So if I'm having thought about this flat Earth for 10 years now, if I'm to say where do I think the place that I would create for you to go to, if there was somewhere for you to go to, it would be the place that was achievable, not a place that was frozen out, at the extremities of everything. So I just offer this as a counterpoint to, like being in flat Earth for 10 years, and we're all used to say, I used to say at the beginning, there's a magnetic mountain at the North Pole.
I was going to ask you about the North. What do you think is in the North?
And unknown. For me, I even have to allow the possibility that our Earth is shaped, like I said, where the fruit cuts in like this, where the stem is.
Yeah.
Well, that our Earth is shaped such that what we think is the North Pole is actually a part of the outer ring.
Oh, that'd be difficult for me to conceptualize.
Think about it like this: that if you take, say, Scandinavia as the point closest to that, and that all of northern Russia, which is actually some of it doesn't seem to be real when you try and map it, go on it on Google Earth, try and walk around that place on Google Earth. It's like can't take you there, can't take you. They go all the way into the woods and what have you around there. They can't take you across to here, from here to here. There's so many places like that in that area, Siberia.
Do you mean that it's been stretched or what?
Yeah, it's stretched and isn't necessarily what it looks like on Google Maps.
Yeah, for real. I've seen that myself.
So Siberia is one of the cold, like Norway, Siberia, northern Canada. These are all super cold areas.
Yes.
So in my view, just like say the bottom of South Island, New Zealand, and Peru, the bottom of Peru is all frozen. You see how it gets all frozen at the bottom of New Zealand?
Yeah.
That's because New Zealand is right near the wall,
it's near the edge, right? Or the rim, or what?
It's close to the rim.
Yeah.
So why not the same applies to what we see as Siberia, northern Canada, Scandinavia, these places right up, but beyond 65, I mean 70, 75.
Right.
These are all actually into an ice wall.
Yeah, but maybe it's a ice wall in the middle.
No argument with that. It could be that. It's just that for me, like having a central sun, that, if you take an oven.
Yeah.
The hottest point is going to be the middle of this circling sun.
Yeah, right.
Yeah? And that for me is the equator.
Okay.
That's the middle of the circling sun. So the middle of our place seems to me to be the equator rather than somewhere like in the North Pole or the South Pole.
Yeah.
And that you know about the trees on flat Earth.
Yeah, your giant trees. Yeah, it's very interesting.
So good. Well, then you'll enjoy this. That if you look at Mount Kilimanjaro, you'll notice that it could have been a giant tree. You know, the way that it's broken and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's no forest on flat Earth. It could have been a giant tree that was 100 plus kilometers tall.
Right.
And when the ether changed, the tree froze, cracked, or broke, or got cut down, whatever you like. It comes down, and it falls down through what's the country called? Tanzania, into Zanzibar. So if you go look at Google Earth if you get a moment, and check out how that looks like the possible broken tree trunk.
Right.
That's 140 kilometers into the sea, into Zanzibar.
Right.
So this theory brings the idea of Mount Meru is the next mountain to Kilimanjaro. It's called Mount Meru. It's a black mountain.
Yeah, but is that not meant to be in the center, in the north?
Well, that's going to be in the North Pole, but there's a Mount Meru in Tanzania.
Okay.
There's a Mount Meru in Tanzania. There's a Mount Meru in Tanzania. And so it's like, is this possibly the center of the Earth?
Maybe.
The Meru people talk about, they have this ancient story that would put them at the center of creation.
Interesting.
So, food for thought.
Yeah. One thing about the north is that it might be easier to access for the type of idea for going to the edge. If you look, obviously the maps are not accurate. What we have access to, they're not correct, but you do the best we can with what we have available. You go zoom in on northern Canada and Greenland, right? There's some settlements up there, like Inuit people, native people, that still have little settlements, seemingly very far north, right? Those people there, they live by fishing. They're fishermen, right? That's the closest we can get to the north. It seems to me that obviously there'll still be military present, but that area you might be able to send something over, like a balloon.
Yeah.
It's not right to the rim. You might be able to do it. But of course, you've seen as well, if you zoom in on Google Maps, there's a lot of areas up there that become pixelated, or they're drawn in, or they're painted over, or it just goes crazy colors. It's deliberately being obscured. There's no reason for it to be obscured like that. You can go to another place that's got no people, completely desolate, super clear image. There, completely desolate, but you can't see it. It's just really interesting.
I did this exercise where I tried more than 100 walking routes on Google Maps. And it would take me from Cape Town to Thailand on a walking route.
Wow.
But you try and get from outer Mount Mongolia to inner Mongolia, you can't find a walking route. You can't find walking routes all over Siberia.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you think that's just an error with the map? There's no paths.
You'd say, but sometimes I saw one where I couldn't walk into India or China or somewhere, and it was right next to, I could zoom in on what looked like farmland and be like, why can't I walk from, there's something called Atari Airfield, a place called Atari Airfield, you can look that up. And I zoom in on it, I'm like, I can see a way over the field there.
Right.
Why isn't it showing me that? It's taken me 20,000 kilometers across the world. No problem at all. But I ask it to just do a short 5-mile hop from one place to another, say, oh, no route can be found, no route can be found. And all over Russia and China, you get that. You can't get from inner China to outer China, it seems.
Check this out.
Wow.
This is northern Canada. This is what I'm talking about. What the hell is that?
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Northern Canada is stretched and not like we...
This is massively stretched. It should be about this size.
Yeah.
And it's out to there.
Again, now you got to ask yourself the question. So there's reasons why they've lied about this and deceived us about this. And so I say, just in the same way as they say Greenland is this island, I say, well, no, how do we not know that this rim here is one part of the ice wall? This rim here is another part. But these guys never talk to these guys. They always work independent of each other.
Maybe. Well, I mean, one thing's for sure, it doesn't look like that. It's been stretched, and also that's painted on.
Right.
That's not ice.
Right.
It's painted.
Yeah.
Why not show me?
Yeah.
Why not show me? You can show me glaciers. I mean, show me a glacier down here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Something that's real that they can fly a plane over at high altitude and take some footage of is real. They put that there. Sometimes they have to cover it up.
It's painted, man. Yeah.
But the rest of it,
crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Anyway, I've got to go and get my stuff. Will.
No worries, man.
I've got a long journey ahead of me.
Yeah.
Nice to talk to you.
Yeah,
man.
good talking to you, man.
All the best.
Sound.
All the best.
I'll see you later, bro.
Did I give you a flyer?
Give me one. Yeah, no, give me another. I don't have.
Yeah. And
cheers, man.
Go well. All the best.
Thanks,
Oh, you're live?
Hey guys, I'm live, yeah.
What coordinate?
So guys, I hope you enjoyed that. I should say earlier, before I say goodbye, I got a rack and pack. It's engineering works this week. Made it more expensive and more time consuming. So Tony Whitcomb, hey Tapper, nice to see you, bro. My voice is getting a little bit croaky now. I'm doing a festival at the end of the week. Hey festival, it's nice to see you. Yeah, Will, pretty cool guy. Tony, yeah, visual digs and thing, Thursday around. Yeah, Tony Whitcomb, he's definitely stepped up to the plate in a big way, you know, helped out a lot. Definitely a couple of £100 in the tank. So much appreciated, really. We yeah, we had my car go through the MOT last week, and it was so expensive to repair the things that have to be repaired. So I'm in a bit of a pinch. Is Andrea aware that I sent him some rubles? Oh, if you did, I appreciate that. Again, Tony. So, yeah, I appreciate that very much. And any other sport. In fact, I got back from last time at Speaker's Corner and someone had kindly sent me £44 and 44 pence. And someone else had sent £25. You know, so I really appreciate that. And it helps not only cover the cost of this, but the cost of staying this course we're on. And, I'm forever going to be grateful for that support. It's kept us going in these years. And, the time's been the only way we've been able to feed ourselves. So, I'm not someone who spends money frivolously. I live a pretty frugal existence. So it shouldn't have to be that way, you know. I know we shouldn't have to live frugally. That's part of this impoverishing system and trick that we live through. Right? There's no reason why men shouldn't. I heard somewhere that just a few hundred years ago, a man only needed to work 13 weeks of the year, and he had enough from that to feed his family and live quite well. So, you know, what's that all about? Imagine only doing 13 weeks. Even if you had to work like 6 days a week and flat out, you know. Had some good conversations there, right? Yeah, flat earthers. First started some people, but you know, that other gentleman there, the Muslim guy, at the end, he was very friendly and very respectful about it and willing to keep an open mind, so that's really cool. I'm feeling a little bit cool now. Air's getting a little bit cool. So I'll wrap it up here and say thanks very much for all your support. Festival next week, do you know if they are taking motorhome? Oh, I don't see why. I don't see why not, you know. I could always get in touch, I can ask. Tony Whitcomb sent you money with PayPal. Thank you, Tony Whitcomb. Code Puncher, nice to see you. Code Puncher is a new sub to the channel, actually. Someone I've communicated with just recently. We have some things in common, aside from that edge. And he sent me $50 so this week. So I really appreciate that. We also had a successful first 3 days of our homecoming workshops, Andrew and I. 2 hours per night. So we've got one more day to go on that, and then we're going to do it again in October. So look out for that. I think it can help. Not everyone is ready for that. It's nice to see you, Craig Funcher, and we'll talk again.